You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time, I can't wait to make you mine.
The Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Vortex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Vortex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
It is an important day for the Brawlhalla players out there, in part because, as you can see, we are getting into the top 4 of the Australian 1v1s for the Summer Championship, but it's also Sparky's birthday, which is almost as important.
It's really not. It's definitely not.
It's like, it's a historic moment for Brawlhalla, for sure.
It's going to be a whirlwind of a day. And that's not just because there is a hurricane hurtling towards the state that I live in. But it's going to be a good one, man. We got AUS tonight.
Yeah.
We got SEA tonight. We got North American 2s tomorrow. And then we have North America 1v1s on Sunday. So I'm stoked to see the Brawlhalla action this weekend. Now, this one is the follow-up to the 2v2s that we saw just a week ago. We're on 1v1s for AUS and SEA. And let's just give a little bit of a refresher about the top 3 that came out last week from Australia. In third place, it was Peace and You Know. What a landmark performance for that 2v2 team. Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing some more of them the rest of this year. In second place, the silver medal goes to Elum and Doggo. And then in first place, a relatively new team made up of very old players is Kyler and Dummy. They were fantastic. I loved watching them. That's a solid team. I don't know if that's going to be the one going forward because Kyler used to play with Wright, but Wright didn't play in that tournament at all. Don't know if that was a one-off situation. But it was great, man. AUS 2s was fantastic.
Yeah, it was definitely a lights-out sets. Of course, Kyler, Alice, and Dummy did go into the grand final, and they had to do the reset, actually. They lost in the winners finals, went down to losers bracket, beat PCNO, and then went back up into the grand finals, 3-2'd, and then won it out in the reset. Very exciting match. Highly recommend you go watch that back on the YouTube, youtube.com/Brawlhalla. But for now, we've got the Australian 1v1s. We're currently sitting in the bracket. We've got Alice and Doggo sitting in the winners final. Down in the loser side, Dummy and Elum are waiting their opponents. Amaze has made it into the top 8, but there's still plenty more Australians waiting to get into the top 8 of the Australian 1v1s for the Summer Championship.
However, I do believe that you did just mention our top 4. I'm going to take Amaze and I'm going to remove him from that bunch. And I'm going to mention Kyler, I'm going to mention Doggo, I'm going to mention Dummy, and then sort of in that 4th place range, that's where I'm expecting Elum to come into this. Elum kind of got rocked going in here, went 3-1 or 1-3 from Elum's point of view. Going into Kyler, Alice got sent down to the losers bracket. Dummy actually took it all the way to game 5 against Doggo, which is a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in the spring championships. Australia didn't do too much grinding in between spring championships in April and now. From what I was seeing, it was like 1 or 2 community 1v1 tournaments. So we don't actually have a lot of recent data on how these players will actually come out today, because especially in that community tournament, a lot of the top players ended up DQing. They signed up and then maybe couldn't show up for whatever reason and DQ'd out. Kyler DQ'd out of it. I think maybe Dummy DQ'd out of it as well. So the top 3 of that tournament was like 3 names that I don't think we've ever really seen on the Australia official tournament streams before.
Yeah, it's always interesting with Australia in particular, just because like Australia and Southeast Asia are some of the less viewed teams out there, right? Like you can even look at the current top 32 of things, and there's definitely going to be a bunch of names that you can see on the lower bracket that you're like, I don't really know if I've ever seen this person play, period. So it's one of those regions that you don't get to see as much, whereas like in comparison to like North America, EU, there's going to be people in those top 32s where you're like, dang, I really liked that player. Unfortunate that they couldn't make it into the top 8, where you generally get a little bit more view time. So always cool to see when new players are able to make it up into the top 8s of things, of course.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to the way this bracket is going to filter out. I expect it to be kind of relative to what we're used to. Again, I expect Kyler, Alice, and Doggo. Obviously, they're the ones in the winners finals, so it's pretty easy to put them in the top 3. I'm not coming out with a bold take on that one. And then the rest of the top 4, I think, will come down to Dummy and Elum. They're the ones who are the furthest in that bracket. They're in the losers quarterfinals on the bottom side. We're waiting for a bunch of other sets to happen before we'll see those. But that is how the bracket has sort of shaken up here in Australia.
Yep. Gotta love the Australians, though. Also gotta love the fact that they're reporting characters. Shout out to the people who are. Well, at least some of them are.
They
Kyler
are,
Alice is reporting
look!
some characters. And that's always, you know, huge win. That's what Sparky wanted for his birthday.
That was my one.
Is for people to report their characters. And Australia is giving you the biggest present they could. Kyler Alice so far has been reporting the Barassa, going up against Elum, who's been reporting the Caspian, interesting enough. And then Doggo, of course, no surprise to see on the Fate versus Dummies Asuri. That's what has been reported so far. Also, I see Elum played a Ragnir earlier on in the tournament against Amarel. And it looks like Dummy still was sticking with that Asuri against Amaze.
Yes, we do have some interesting picks now, specifically Kyler Alice. Like, we know he has a huge character pool. He has won a tournament, changing characters every single game, playing like a total of 19 characters throughout the entire tournament and still coming out on top. But what he's been playing most recently was a Jae-Yun, a Bodvar, a Zariel, and a Petra. That is what he played back in the spring championships. Now, he swapped, obviously you can see he swapped to several different characters, none of which was the Barraza that we're seeing right now, and we don't even really see any crossover between any of those weapons. None of those 4 characters are Blasters characters, none of those 4 characters are Axe either.
Yeah, that's the thing that stood out to me the most, is the fact that they're not playing or that there's no weapon carryover. Of course, we know Kyler Alice does have the Terrace. We've seen it in tournament before. Of course, we know he's got some blasters. We've seen all sorts of blaster stuff. I believe he played a Thatch at one point, or he also played the Ada when he was doing that whole wheel of characters. So he showed that he has these weapons, at least some semblance of an understanding, and he's level 41 on his Barraza. So it's definitely not some, like, out of the blue, like, threw a dart at a board and was like, I guess I'm playing Barraza this tournament because Australia's free. Like, he is playing some characters that he definitely knows, but it is also interesting. The meta hasn't shifted that much since spring to really warrant a shift over to the Barraza, as much as it might just be what he's feeling right now.
But we can also see, based on his spring picks, that, like, other than the Bodvar, he's not really going towards any certain meta whatsoever. Like, Jae-Yun, definitely not super meta right now. It used to be at one point, but isn't anymore. Bodvar, of course, will always be meta, but aside from that, Zariel, super not meta. Petra, reasonably meta. Like, people like Orb, and people definitely like Gauntlets, but you aren't seeing Petra after Petra. You aren't seeing 2v2 games with 3 Petras in it. You aren't seeing 1v1 games hardly ever with even 1 Petra in it. So he's never really been that attached to the meta. But one thing we could see that he does fairly often, even to the point of, like, tweeting it out, is he loses game 1 and then immediately swaps over to the Bodvar. He did tweet that out, I believe, in Spring Championships, and the tweet was, me swapping to Bodvar after losing 1 game. And then it was just like it was a little baby doing some like home improvement demolition with a hammer in a bathtub.
Yeah, very real possibility of seeing that swap over to the Bodvar. Of course, again, he did play the match against Elum where he technically did lose a game, but they only reported the Barraza. So maybe he didn't quite feel it was time to bust out the Bodvar. That would be a very logical and expected pick from Kyler Alice if he decides to swap to that, especially because it's not like Barraza really has that strong of a matchup. There's a decent chance Doggo's going to come in with the Fate for game number 1 at the very least, and Axe historically doesn't do that great into Scythe. I don't think it does particularly well into Orb as well, so he's going to be a little bit leaning into those blasters, which can do fine against the Scythe. It can do fine against the Orb, but you could just see him switch over to the Bodvar, where you'll have a fairly decent matchup. Now,
I'm glad you bring up Doggo's Fate, because that is what I am as well am expecting Doggo to lock in initially. In Spring Champs, he also played a Koji, and he also played a Bodvar. But if you're looking back at his tournament placements this year, definitely not nearly as strong, or even really as close to being as strong as Kyler. Kyler has top 3'd in every tournament that he didn't DQ in this year since January. Meanwhile, Doggo, his only non-top 3 was 5th in Winters. He got first twice this year, which is solid, but he also got a 3rd, and he had a 5th in there, and then, of course, 1 DQ. Now, that the first was in a spring championship, but the 5th was in a winter championship. All of the other placements were in community tournaments. So we see really strong and really frequent top 3s, dubs coming out from Kyler as well, not as much from Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, by and large, if you don't know about the Australian region, Kyler Alice has long time been the favorite of the region. I mean, most people know Kyler Alice is like the face of the Australian region. And I think one of the big things that we need to talk about when it comes to that kind of status is just how unfortunate it was that he wasn't able to kind of pull out the big performance that we expected when it came to the World Championship. Instead, it was Dummy who was playing against Doggo in the grand finals of the World Championship. Dummy ended up closing it out, and Dummy is your current Australian 1v1 World Champion. Of course, hasn't been doing that great this year, but still, like, by and large, people expected a lot better from Kyler Alice. Unfortunately, he got sick that day and wasn't able to play. I think he was playing from the bathroom, which is how bad it was. But either way, it looks like they are ready to go, and of course, there's the Fate from Doggo.
Now, this is the Summer Championship, and those are the summer colors, correct?
On Doggo, yes, that's the heat wave colors.
Yeah, I don't think summer colors would be like black and red. Unless maybe we're talking about a summer in Australia, which because it's in that side of the hemisphere, it's actually the winter.
Oh, smart. Or maybe just, a gothic summer. But here we go, game number 1. Kyler Alice versus Doggo. And he's going to start off with the blasters. Wants to make the swap over to the axe. Well, he has the opportunity, just denying weapons. And Doggo going to fight for this weapon spawn. Doesn't immediately go for the pickup. Instead, going to try to put Kyler Alice in hit stun. Yeah,
I think Doggo playing unarmed into Kyler's axe is not necessarily a huge disadvantage for Doggo in that. You can just wait for Kyler to swing, and you see him swinging. He's not necessarily waiting for Doggo to make the first move on everything, and you can just hit Kyler in punish frames, and that's kind of exactly what Doggo's doing.
Yeah, axe does have historically long recovery frames, making it pretty punishable at times, but Doggo goes for the big play there. That gravity cancel sidelight could have led to the side air. Kyler Alice with a solid punish with the blaster's D-Light recovery.
Now you saw how orange he was when he originally picked up that D-Light recovery. I think even by the end of it, he was still in the orange. So that definitely is not going to be the KO option yet. But the sidelight side air from Doggo will be. He's starting this one off strong. Has a lead on Kyler. Is also going to have weapon control here. Has an orb in his hand, and it's a fresh orb as well. Even with the gravity cancel on that one, Doggo feeling some confidence here on going for these moves while he's still in the lead. He is going to take a down air over on the right side. That's now going to give Kyler complete control of the weapons.
I respect the gravity cancel attempt. There's no true follow-up off of that downlight, so instead Doggo was going for the hard read, expected Kyler Alice to dodge down. Unfortunately for him, Kyler Alice did spot dodge, but that's good information as this set will progress. There's a lot of dodge reads that are going to come out from Doggo.
Doggo's playing really well so far this second stock. Much better than he even played during the first stock where he got a lead. Now he's starting to take some hits from this axe. Doggo is still in yellow. I'm actually surprised that he's still in yellow after taking all of those axe hits. The edge guard attempt just a little bit of a dare over the corner. Now he's going back and forth. Actually, his hurt box was actually touching Kyler's, and neither of them made a move.
Just the raw position threat. Neither of them opted to go for a move, but Doggo still winning out, has stage control, has weapon control, has Kyler Alice in an awkward spot, but he is able to pick up the axe, and some dares could lead to the stock advantage to Kyler Alice.
I was expecting Doggo to maybe clean the second stock up pretty quickly. Just a lot of the different moves that he would have in his kit would KO Kyler because he was so damaged, but he just kind of kept going in a little bit too ham. I think he went a little bit too reckless there, and Kyler was more than happy to punish all of those attempts. Like, look how far that unarmed sidelight almost sent him off screen. Doggo has the true combo kill confirm. He has the sidelight side air, could just hit a raw side air, could hit a recovery. A lot of different orb moves will be the KO option, but he just sort of decided to go in, stay on Kyler, keep the pressure up, but he wasn't tight enough on it. So Kyler actually found his way back. Nice little unarmed damage here. Doggo's now in the orange. Kyler has a serious lead, has not been touched. Sidelight Nair has Doggo in the red. Another Nair further into red. Almost hits the side air that might have sent Doggo to his death.
Yeah, a little bit of slop coming out onto Doggo on that last stock as he is in trouble, and he doesn't have the movement. Gonna fall to the axe of Kyler Alice. Game 1, swinging the way of Kyler, and I think you're 100% right on. Doggo got really greedy with that one side air off stage, but I don't think that was the linchpin as much as, like, once they kind of reset into final stocks, Doggo just started swinging the wrong direction. And that's when I started getting nervous. I was like, okay, are you lagging out right now? Because why are you throwing downlights to the left when Kyler Alice is on the other side of the stage?
And that is interesting to note. It's not even just like Doggo started to play poorly and that's the reason that he lost. He played poorly and Kyler started to play better. So Kyler was finding those moments where he could punish. So it's a negative on Doggo and a positive on Kyler, which you put those two together, that is a big gap between those two.
That's some quick maths right there. But here we go into game number 2. No swaps just yet on either side. Kyler Alice likely feeling a little bit more confident after that win in the last one. Going to pick up the axe again to go up against Doggo's side.
Yeah, we don't see him swap to Bodvar here, even in game 2. Doggo is starting out with a scythe, but we haven't seen him do too much with it just yet. He did some great work on the second stock in the last game with the scythe. He had a massive lead. I think he got Kyler into the red while he was basically still white.
Kyler was reaching big with that side signature. Doggo, you're seeing a very different neutral come out from Doggo, and Kyler Alice still finding the hits on top of it. I was going to say, Doggo's trying to play a little bit more defensive. You saw how far he was dashing away from Kyler, but a little bit of trouble here.
Ooh, nice pickup
Nice
there.
wake up.
Gravity cancel down light right out of hit stun. We've seen some movement from Kyler. He needs to be a little bit careful. Can't go too ham here.
Woo!
Picks up his weapon after hitting the unarmed recovery. Good job jumping over that weapon spawn as well.
The gravity cancels on both sides, but the down tick. Kyler Alice feeling nice about that. A little bit of stutter step and celebration. Needs to get the extra credit, though.
Ooh,
He is
nice dodge
pretty
on that
damaged.
one. Expecting the immediate neutral heavy coming out from Doggo to get that stock off the top. So when Doggo goes in
Nice.
and plays like super greedy on some things, he's not quite as tight and clean as Kyler is. Doggo's getting punished fairly often for those moments. Kyler was getting punished as well, but it would be like one hit on a weapon that isn't doing the most damage per hit. When Kyler finds 2 hits, 3 hits off of a punish on Doggo, that's so big for Kyler. Meanwhile, Doggo's punishes, they're good, but they're not fantastic.
I mean, that's one of the big things in this matchup as a whole is that Kyler Alice is just going to trade better. Axe hits harder than Scythe in terms of like singular moves. And then it's Barasa. Pretty high defense, pretty decent strength.
Like right there, you just got a whiff. Kyler hit the side light neutral air. True combo option, 2-hit option. Almost had the read on the movement. Doggo was a little bit too far to the right. There's a side air. Kyler definitely in the health lead here. Now he's going to go in for a down air. Spot dodge.
Nice.
And Doggo wasn't able to do anything after that dodge was burned from Kyler. He was just positioned really well that he found the down air for the KO.
Yeah, that was actually a really tricky spot dodge because it wasn't really a defensive spot dodge as much as it was just a timing spot dodge to keep himself in position so that he could go for that jumping down air onto Doggo. And things are looking nice for Kyler Alice. Again, trying to get this extra credit, and Doggo is not able to take the stock just yet.
I almost expected that to KO. Does have the weapon toss for the follow-up. Lasered that one in there. Nice cleanup from Doggo on this one. He's not too far behind. He is in the yellow, so he's around 50 damage behind Kyler. Ooh, weapon spawn comes in. It's going to be the Scythe. Oh, Kyler grabs one very quickly as well. This is good for Kyler.
Well, it's also a nicer spot for Doggo than it was last time. Big commit there. Going to get punished a little bit by that down air, but fortunately, the stage is long enough for Doggo to get to that wall. He's taken a lot of damage here.
Nice little 2-hit from Doggo. No major color changes on Kyler's health. Now he's in the orange.
Oh, went for a dare there. Interesting jumping dare attempt from Doggo. Throwing out side six. This is one thing that, like, a lot of people, when Fate came out, that's what they liked was her great signature kit, and Doggo's not really using it. Nice follow-up.
Goes for the strong downlight option. It's going to have a little bit more force on it. Still didn't send Kyler off screen, and he's able to get back to the main platform. Side air. I don't believe Kyler touched the ground before that. Still had a lot of movement in air options. Another side air from the wrong side of the stage. Oh, gravity cancel neutral signature. You wanted to see the SIG option, and there it is.
I like the way he did it, too. It wasn't just a raw neutral signature. He dipped underneath the SOT platform, had some coverage just in case Kyler Alice went for like a down light or a weapon toss, and then gravity cancel and SIG from underneath. That's going to give the stock and the game, and we're tied 1 apiece.
Stage Bandit coming out. Kyler has one more ban here, and it is going to be the Demon Island, leaving Small Brawlhalla, Small Mammoth, and Apocalypse. Very low signature usage coming from both of these players. 3 coming out from Kyler and 4 from Doggo. And I'm glad we have that stat now because I was watching, I think it was like South America, and I never really realized how many signatures players will regularly use in a tournament setting. We're seeing double-digit signature usage, and that's just I mean, I think I was commentating with you. Someone did like 16 signatures, and I was like, "There's no way. That has to be wrong.
There's got to be a bug.
Is this cumulative from the entire set?" And no, players really do sometimes use a lot of signatures. So that stat specifically opened up my eyes.
It's really cool because it starts to give a better baseline of what is a good average. Like how many should players be expected to be kind of throwing out, and what is like an extreme such as that 16 or Kyler Alice's extreme edge guards. Well pound to punish, and Kyler Alice going to take a big lead.
That was a great down signature, but Kyler was just way too ready for it. That's going to move him further
ready
to the wall than basically anything else will. So that was a really good idea from Doggo. Kyler was just completely ready for that, or maybe just something in general to lead to the KO off the bottom, even if there was just a dodge toward the stage or something else.
Kyler Alice with the footsie. Oh my. That just like subtle steps away from Doggo. Just those small footsie moments. Making Kyler Alice look so confident right now. Doggo does end up getting the side air to even up the stock count, though. Gonna stick with the orb. Interesting. I thought he was building damage better with the scythe.
Maybe he just likes more consistent follow-ups. Like, he's finding the 3-hit there, which is good. There's a side air. Maybe he just feels more comfortable and safer on the orb than he does on the scythe. He has neither of them, and Kyler's going to find another edgeguard situation. That one was easy peasy lemon squeezy for him.
Yeah, he saw that was 100% checkmate situation right there for Kyler Alice to get that. And nice downlight and a falling side air. Kyler Alice is starting to run away with game number 3.
Blaster's looking good here. His axe looking extremely confident as well. Weapon spawn comes in. He spot dodges, and he's able to get to the weapon spawn. The neutral light from Doggo is going to send Kyler over to the left. Trading 1 for 1, like you said earlier, it's going to be in Kyler's favor every time.
There's a whole different personality coming out from Kyler Alice here in game number 3. Like, just the way that he's moving around Doggo looks so much more confident. He's willing to play that unarmed into Doggo's orb a lot more. He's just looking good right now.
He's playing a little swaggier than normal. Like, it's not too much. He's not doing these crazy things. He's not taunting a lot, but you do see that, like, those little stutter steps that he's throwing out, and he's only throwing out a few. He's definitely on that Sigma male play style here. Yeah. Just a little bit flashy, but not too flashy. Playing things clean. Like there you're seeing it come out. He's not even waiting to KO Doggo. He's just getting in his head a little bit here.
Just that Australian Sigma grind set right now. Falling side air, and Kyler Alice needs just one more to take game number 3 and put himself up big to close this one out. Neutral light still not enough, but just look how calmly Kyler Alice is like, look, I got this. I just need a neutral light, and this is going to be over. It's side air. Kyler Alice is going to take game number 3, and he is now 1 away from guaranteeing a top 2 finish.
He's also not having to hunt for these KO options, which is something that Axe players regularly have to do. Here's a beautiful edgeguard situation. Hits the side air as well there. This is the down signature immediately. Oh, man. Kyler nailed that one. That was a beautiful edgeguard.
That was so good. This ground pound as well. Kyler Alice just had Doggo in such like, they're literally just checkmate situations where Doggo has no other option but to go in there and get caught out by those ground pounds. And now we're down to game number 4. Map's getting banned out. Here we go. Kyler Alice versus Doggo, game number 4. And no character swaps from Doggo just yet. Doggo does have some other characters in the pool, but looks like he wants to stick with the Fate.
Now we are going to Crystal Temple here. Those 2 soft platforms that are very low. They're like 1 jump height up compared to like 2 soft platforms on a stage like Miami Dome.
Yeah, those platforms can be interesting. Of course, like Kyler Alice can utilize them for like axe downlights or an axe neutral signature. But at the same time, Doggo, if he goes for those charged N-sigs on the scythe, could make it really hard for Kyler Alice to land.
Yeah, they both have some good signature coverage on those soft platforms. Oh, Kyler.
Nice punish.
Side sig over the edge. Doggo finds 2 hits. Can he clean this one up?
Just one more. Got the landing. I like that nair from Kyler Alice. Make sure Doggo was going for like just the simple gimps of like just denying touches, but Kyler Alice gets back up safely, and Doggo took the brunt of the damage.
If I was in that spot where Kyler threw out that nair, I'm throwing out an axe recovery every time. Doggo's expecting that every time, and I'm dying in that situation. Kyler knew he didn't need to waste the recovery there, so he just threw out the neutral air for the interrupt. Beautiful.
Oh. Slight miss-space from Doggo, whiffing the neutral light. Kyler Alice so smart with his moves on the axe and the blasters, and now Doggo back to the scythe.
Gets interrupted on that signature. Now, Doggo, I said Kyler doesn't really have to hunt for these KOs. He finds the axe siders really well. Doggo sometimes has to hunt for them, but he's found several good gravity cancels. Like on one of the Mammoth Fortress games, you saw the gravity cancel neutral signature. That was his 1 victory in this set to clean that one up. That was beautiful usage. That gravity cancel sidelight over high and left, that was fantastic as well. Nice string coming out from Doggo here. Definitely bringing this one back. But then Kyler, he's just going to find like 2 axe hits, and there's a color change.
Oh, missed the punish.
He kind of choked on
Doggo was almost dead to rights, but fortunately got past it. And now he has taken full advantage of the fact that Kyler missed that one side signature. Some good damage being built up by Doggo. But we're getting to that spot where Doggo starts to struggle with the knockouts. Like, it's been predominantly, kind of like you said, those gravity cancels, whereas Kyler Alice has some consistent follow-ups with D-Light dash jump recovery.
Ooh. Spacing game coming out. Oh, man, they're so close to hitting each other. You saw like 4 or 5 hits between the two of them. It was the X-Sider that Kyler seems to find like every time.
Yeah, really good positioning to get the inside of the Axe side light to set up for that side air. Big side air from Doggo. Still not enough, though. The weapon toss. Still not enough. Side light, finally. Doggo's having to work so hard to get these knockouts.
It's almost like Sheik in Smash. Like all of these hits, all of this movement, this dashing, you have to work so hard. And then Kyler just picks up an axe and finds like a side light nair, a true combo, and then he hits you with a down air, then gets a follow-up hit off of the bounce from the down air, and you're basically red. It's got to be so mentally defeating to play against. One of the reasons that I hate playing against Axe.
You and many other people get frustrated in that. Those trades. Doggo really needs to be getting those strings. And that's one thing that like I was talking about in the first game, is how Doggo was like getting this information, you know, trying to see how Kyler Alice reacts at a hit stun so he can get these follow-ups. And Doggo still isn't getting those big strings that you're expected to get with the Scythe, with the Orb when it comes to these Game 4 situations.
And if you look at where their health is, it shouldn't be too hard for Kyler to find a KO here. He really hasn't found too many D-Light recoveries for the kill. Ooh, completely flubs that one.
Get the dash.
Okay.
Didn't need it, though. Downlight off the soft platform, and Kyler Alice going to take game number 4, close it out 3-1, and earn his spot in the grand final.
Yeah, Kyler's playing really well today. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. The confidence is there. Like I said earlier, that Sigma male play style, he just looks like he has some swag to everything. It's not too much. It's not too flashy. He's not forcing these situations. It's like they happen upon him, and he just, oh, okay. Oh, I found $1 on the ground. Cool, I'm going to slide that in my pocket. Oh, look, I found another $1. Oh, this is $5 this time? Cool, I'm going to slide that one in my pocket as well. And he's just walking through the parking lot. By the time he gets to the store, it seems like he has $100 in his pocket.
I would. That's a really good day if you're finding and end up with $100 in the pocket. But either way, I feel like maybe part of this is that new sponsorship, that new org for Kyler Alice. I saw it on the scoreboard. BFG picked up Kyler Alice not too long ago, and maybe Kyler Alice trying to show up big for the new org.
And that would be interesting because we have seen in the past the sponsor curse that has taken a hold of so many players. They get picked up by a sponsor because of fantastic previous placements, and then all of a sudden they just take a nosedive. Like the very next tournament after being sponsored, they're
cut you off.
They're outside of top.
We're going into the match. Goddess and Shadow don't want to hear any more talk about Kyler Alice. Instead, they want to hear about themselves. As we're getting into it, it's going to be Goddess on the Garnet versus Shadow on the Asuri.
Now, these are two players that used to team together, and now they're going to have to knock out one or the other as we are in the losers round 1. That means bottom side of the bracket. So this best of 5, one player will be moving on, one player will be sent packing. It is this Asuri. We've seen several really good Asuris in Australia.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because like the meta has kind of shifted away from Asuris as of late, but still Australia having its own meta, really liking the Asuris. Meanwhile, Goddess over on the Petra, kind of an interesting pick. Like you said, not really the meta. I kind of personally feel like she's like right on the edge of being meta, but right now Goddess needs to at least hit Shadow. You cannot let them 100-0 a minute into the match.
Starting to fight back in this one. The recovery, final stages of that one's going to hit off the top. Nice juggling coming out from Goddess, but you see that big slap. Even with the bounce off the stage, seeing Goddess almost off screen. Still fighting their way back into this one.
Ooh. Went for the big read attempt there with that side signature. Generally speaking, Petros go for that end sig because it's got just that bigger hitbox. Nice side air, and Goddess managing to take the first stock.
Really did a great job fighting her way back in that one. Shadow was getting a little bit greedy, really wanted that kill, couldn't focus on anything other than getting the KO. A couple wild signatures came out. You saw the D-Light recovery read that missed, and Goddess was just fighting back steadily and keeping this lead going.
Yeah, this is one of those spots that Asuris in the past have really struggled with. Like, I'm thinking about Wrenched in North America, where they're able to build up a lot of damage with the Katars, but then if they can't make the swap over to the sword for the D-Light recovery, they start to struggle to get that finisher, because then they're fishing for a D-Sig, a side Sig, or like a lucky N-Light recovery, D-Light recovery.
A lot of floating coming out from Goddess here. Now Shadow's over on the wall. Nice neutralize. Shadow was landing down on the main platform. There is a weapon spawn on the field, so both players are choosing the weapons that they currently have in their hand over the second weapon that their character has.
All right, sticking with the orb. Goddess had the opportunity to make the swap, but instead wants the orb, a little bit more knockout potential with that side light, side air. Oh, but a nice reset from Shadow there.
Ooh, that's going to be a punish.
Bring this back to even. There's the sword swap.
Has Goddess in the red. Those true combo options are going to be the choice. Not enough just yet. One more will definitely do it. You see picking up the Katars and then going back to the sword.
Just trying to deny weapons, but still has the sword. D-Light recovery. Shadow gonna get the stock and is already primed to the Katars. Will likely swap to it, yep, for the damage build.
Ooh, good spacing there. Shadow unfortunately wasn't able to find the sidelight punish, but did find a hit right after that. Good job outranging the moves that Goddess had.
Goddess needs to hit the recovery. Main knockout tool. Oh, but it's going to be a side sig. Just outspaced a lot of the Katar moves and got the side sig on the recovery frames, evening up the stocks.
Yeah, Goddess definitely an Orb Petra player.
For sure. Kind of interesting. Most Petras do like the gauntlets, I will say. Looking at like Hyson or even Boomy a little bit.
Yeah, the gauntlets have been around for longer. They do have that true combo option. People are definitely more familiar with gauntlets. Very strong weapon kit overall. Solid signatures coming out from specifically this character pick as well. So it is interesting that Goddess is so dead set on the orb. She's playing it very well. Oh!
I mean, it was what brought back the first stock, but Shadow about to take the last one. Early commit with the ground pound. Goddess staying on the corner, doesn't go back for the weapon, and that's going to give Shadow the advantage.
Now, that's where you saw some tunnel vision coming out from Shadow, just going in really deep with the telegraphed unarmed ground pound, just really wanting everything to chase that kill right now. And that might have actually given Goddess the chance to get back to the main platform that can then bring this game back.
Still going to need a little bit more damage, but the D-Light recovery again from Shadow, and that's going to be game number one.
Very close one between those two, even though the damage difference is quite a bit, almost 100 damage difference in between them, even though they were basically both last stock red there towards the end. Man, Shadow's having to put so much damage before he finds the kill. 613 over the 3 stocks of Goddess. That's 204 damage per stock. Not great.
I think the most inefficient stock was the first.
Definitely.
The second and third one were pretty standard, straightforward. Maybe we're on the high end, maybe 150s, 160s, but that first stock I think is where Shadow struggled. And then once he started playing to the kit, right, got all that damage, switched to the sword, D-Light recovery, clean, back to the guitars, that's where you started seeing Shadow have a little bit more consistency and efficiency.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when D-Light recovery will kill like your average 5-ish defense legend, but I think it's around 180.
Well, fortunately, this is small Brawlhaven, and it'll kill a little bit sooner if Shadow can get in that position. But right now, Goddess is struggling again in the early game against Shadow.
Shadow is also struggling as well, finding some punishes that should land, but Shadow is just using the complete wrong move. Like you saw that down signature that started off on the left side while Goddess was on the wall. I don't know what he was really going for with that. Goddess was extremely white. It's not like that would lead to the KO or anything. And then Goddess was in the air using moves, and Shadow found a D-Light completely grounded. Is definitely still in the lead here. Has the sword.
Oh!
One more of those to KO.
Yeah. It'll be quick. Goddess going for the efficient damage. D-Light ground pound. Couldn't quite get the follow-up, but still trying to stay even in this damage department. Shadow just going to wait for the opportunity to D-Light recovery, and there it is. There's the kill.
Now is swapping over to the slightly damaged sword rather than the fresh one that came in. Goddess is going to find a sidelight side air, sending Shadow over to the right. Immediate recovery there. Wanted to stay high. Stayed high, way above that recovery that came out from Goddess.
Goddess going for the counter. Punish. Didn't quite find the hit, though. Sidelight, side air will even it up. And Goddess likely going to prime the orb. Yeah, hasn't really been sticking with the gauntlets. Oh, okay. Gonna see some gauntlets come out from Goddess.
There was definitely a chance to go back to the orb while still staying safe
Ooh.
away from Shadow. Maybe should have relied on these gauntlets a little bit
Okay.
earlier.
Okay, Goddess! Gonna take no damage for that one. Not quite a 0 to death, but might as well have been.
She is again going to stick with the gauntlets here. Finding good punishes, good just raw initiations when they're in the neutral.
Where were these?
I don't know. Shadow has nothing to deal with this. Finds the sidelight, neutral light, but immediately a 2-hit response. Now 2 hits, 3 hits from Shadow.
Punish? Oh,
Shadow's going to
GC
stop doing
sidelight.
that. Shadow is just throwing out those ground pounds, and I'm not a
Woo!
fan.
I think Goddess is a fan of them because she is punishing them. D-Sig, though, from Shadow to punish the whiffed sidelight, and we're down to final stocks. Opportunity here for Shadow as Goddess finally picks up a weapon just immediately on respawn.
Shadow's super red. Gonna have to be very careful. Simple recovery, basically on the stage. KOs off the top, and you're seeing 507 damage. Spread that out over the 3 stocks. I'm gonna have to actually pull out the calculator for this one. 507 divided by 3. That is 169. You turn red at 150, and usually it takes a little bit more to KO on someone. Now, we will have the blessing, at least if you're Goddess, of having small Brawlhalla there, so you will KO earlier, but still, 169, fantastic.
Yeah, that's like got him to kill percent and then hit one more move.
Yep.
And Goddess doing a great job with that. Man, those gauntlets really came alive. And this is going to be another really good map for Goddess's gauntlets. These short walls going to make it really threatening. Plus, long horizontal stage means that she has a lot of runway for those strings.
And between these two, Goddess definitely had the stronger offstage. We're seeing Shadow throw out like a down sig over the corner, and we've seen him just go in with those really telegraphed ground pounds that haven't really led to much. They haven't baited out a dodge. Goddess has been able to react to them in time with better positioning. So I'm really hoping Shadow doesn't go for that here.
I will say, Goddess has kind of a goofy gauntlet setup. It's not the downlight starts that we're used to seeing from other gauntlet players in other regions. Instead, a lot of it has been like a falling nair into a gravity cancel follow-up, which worked really, really well against Shadow. But Shadow with these Katars is going to make that really hard, which is why Goddess made the weapon swap.
Yeah, Goddess definitely not the most fundamentally strong gauntlet player out there. We aren't seeing the 3-hit. We aren't seeing the 2-hit combos coming out. We aren't seeing it just completely driven by the downlight initiation when Shadow's on the ground. Nice punish on that one. Shadow just, again, these wild signatures that Shadow just decides to throw out. I don't think we've really seen too many hit whatsoever. Last game, it was several down sigs. One of them did hit, but it feels like it was a lucky hit.
Well, I think the ones that worked were the ones that were punishes. The ones that don't are the ones where he's throwing out raw in neutral. Goddess does get a good side sig to punish Shadow, and we're going to see her stick with the gauntlets, of course, because Shadow doesn't have a weapon.
Sword now coming in. Shadow grabs the weapon spawn before it even touches the ground. See a chain dodge coming in from Shadow there.
Like the neutral light to halt that momentum. Unfortunately, couldn't keep the pressure going with the gauntlets. There's a down light. Not sure what her follow-ups are off of it. Went for the recovery. The spot dodge from Shadow actually iframing through that recovery.
He's got to stop these random signatures, though. It's like he's getting punished on every single one. Ooh, that barely picked up. That's tough. That interrupted the side light from Shadow. Goddess just had priority on it.
Oh, caught her jumping. She was in the habits, and Shadow just dash up and sig. Caught the movement of Goddess, and that is going to be a nice lead the way of Shadow.
Shadow's still going to be in the orange here as Goddess picks up some gauntlets. Ooh, she went for the same direction, double side light. Nice side air. That's going to send Shadow down at a wonderful angle. Unfortunately for Goddess, they were completely stacked, so the neutral air from Shadow unarmed is exactly what he needed. Oh, no. This is falling apart for Goddess. Shadow really starting to take control here.
Punish from below the recovery, not enough. Another recovery, but look at Goddess's health. She needs a big gauntlet string here. Otherwise, Shadow gonna close this one out.
There's 3 hits, 4 hits, 5 hits.
Oh. Gauntlets get disarmed from Goddess. She had the string, but that dare just wasn't in position. Shadow with the punish. There's some raw sigs again.
Stop doing that. Even that neutral signature that got the KO, I don't even like that. He should have straight up guessed.
I think of them, that was a better one because it was like Goddess was really in this like, I'm going to keep jumping. Like she just had this very predictable movement. And Shadow still ends up getting it though. That recovery is going to close out game number 3. And now Shadow is 1 game away from closing out the set. Goddess going to make the swap over to the Stevani, sticking with the Steven Universe theme at least.
That is important. The last skin that Goddess uses literally the cleanest skin in the entire game.
You're a big Garnet fan?
I'm really not, but that skin is just so clean. It's literally the best skin in the game. There are other more elaborate ones. There are other there are ones that have like more interesting effects on them and like the Mirage skin with the flames going on. But no, that is the cleanest skin in the entire game. If you think any differently, you're wrong. Get at me at Twitter at @whoissparky.
Just trying to farm those engagements.
Yeah, that'll drive the engagements up.
Yeah. Goddess, awkward movement, just gonna eat that ground pound. Where's the side?
I'm so mad at that ground pound, and I'm even double mad that it hit.
It was like the deepest ground pound, but like Goddess was looking awkward right before that, so I don't know what was going on. But either way, the damage so far trading out pretty all right for Goddess. Didn't quite catch the stance. Not sure if she's in the strength stance like the other Vals of the world, or if she went for just base.
Whatever it is, she's struggling to find some of these hits. Now, that signature, kind of okay, just because that's an insanely good signature. Like, it's just so good.
I just hope she doesn't get into that mindset of, like, I have to use this to kill because it's so good. Because just a moment ago, Shadow whiffed a move, and she could have just downlight recovered, might not have knocked out, but the NSIG completely whiffed on her part.
Using the signature to move to the left side. Oh, completely waited on that one. Didn't even go for a gravity cancel side light after the first one hit. Like that. What is that? Shadow keeps doing that. I hate it. I get so mad. Every time that I see that again, I hate it.
It's that is the nails on the chalkboard for Sparky. Is Shadow throwing out just the raw signatures. The edge guards definitely from Shadow are a bit awkward. It's not like going for dash jump ground pound when they're close or anything like that, or dash jump turnaround side air, which is also a really good tool for the guitar players out there. Instead, he's just throwing like SIGs or like the deepest ground pound possible.
This game specifically is just very weird. Like, Goddess just dropped a downlight down air, didn't even get the jump in, so just basically did a down air into the floor. First stock was taken from both members 2 minutes into the game. So it's a very slow game. That ground pound earlier, that hit Goddess as well. So it's just that as an option. Just so many weird things going on this game.
I will say, like, on Goddess's side, part of it is unintentional. There is a pacing change that's coming out from Goddess. Like, if you go back and watch game 2, Goddess was very quick on the follow-ups, whereas this one, Goddess is going for a move and then kind of, like, waiting a hot minute, like, just like that. Got the neutral light and then just kind of waited to see how Shadow was going to react.
If Shadow does one more signature over the corner, I'm gonna scream.
I haven't been paying attention to the SIG hit rate. I really want to know.
It's not good.
At the end of this one.
It is very bad. And like, what is... I'm so mad. And I like Shadow. I've rooted for Shadow in the past. I put Shadow in my picks for top 3 and 2s. I would never put this Shadow in my top 3 for 2s because I don't know what is going through his mind today.
Ooh, didn't get the recovery follow-up. Both of them on these second stocks. Goddess needs this more. Doesn't get knocked out. That high defense from Val going to work out. Jumping immediately. There's another D-Light recovery, and Shadow going to get this stock, and Goddess is on tournament stock now.
This game definitely super long. We're 3 minutes and 20 seconds into it. If Shadow gets a dub here, he's going to be moving on. Does have a little bit of a lead on Goddess, looking for the juggle opportunity. The weapon spawn is right on top of him. That's an easy weapon pickup for Shadow, going over to the guitars. Don't signature over the edge. Okay.
Oh, nice spot dodge. Great follow-ups from Shadow. Side sig, not going to connect. Shadow building up more damage. Goddess getting desperate here to get this knockout. There's the ground pound, and Shadow gonna take it. No! Goddess got back up just barely.
I still hate that ground pound so much. What was that neutral signature? Shadow's like, he's doing so many good things. Like you saw right before the ground pound, the sword play was fantastic. Just wait for Goddess to throw something out and punish it with a downlight. You're so far in the lead, you might even get the KO off this next downlight. There you go! That's all you needed to do, and Shadow can do it well. He's done it so far throughout the set. It's only when he's like, you know what? D-Light recovery. Yeah, I guess it's okay, but what if I just threw out a random signature here or a dash jump ground pound that can be easily reacted to? That's what I'm going for. Shadow had good stuff in there, but overall, I'm just tilted.
Well, you know what? You can be tilted till the cows come home, but Shadow does, in fact, earn a guaranteed top 5 finish as he is going to move on to fight Dummy. So, you know, there is something in the way that Shadow does it that is technically working out.
Yes, this is true.
He won, all right?
Yep, he won.
You can be mad, but he won.
He won. That is factually true. And now he's going to move on to Dummy, who I think is going to whip his butt. But we'll see. You know, I love having my mind changed. I don't want to go too hard on Shadow. But it's my birthday, so I can kind of do whatever I want today, and there are no repercussions.
Right. Everything you say is correct. It is your birthday. Happy birthday, Sparky. But on the other side of the bracket, Amaze actually beating Raigunda's 3-0 to earn their fight against Elum. So that's what is coming up next. What? Did he just leave? Is that his birthday goodbye?
I think Toes is just having fun now.
Yeah.
He's just having fun now. Which, you know what? I'm going to let him have fun because it's my birthday. Yeah. So my birthday is basically the purge, but it's only me and there's no crime. I just get to be mean to people.
Okay.
So a very chill purge.
No, you used your birthday wish, all right? Your birthday wish was for people to report characters, and guess what? Amaze reported a Koji, Raigunda's reported an Asuri and a Hattori.
Yeah, you know who didn't report characters? Dummy versus Shadow. No reported characters. You know who else didn't report characters? Elum versus Goddess. No characters. Cheeseface versus Shock. No characters.
Yeah, I think Toast is having a blast right now. Koji, though, of course, picked up by Amaze. Elum on the Asuri. Still lots of Asuris today. Very interesting. I guess that's the meta.
That's an Aussie thing, man. That's definitely an Aussie thing. Kyler plays an Asuri sometimes. Let's see. Elum definitely does, and Dummy does as well.
Shadow as well, of course. But here we go. Amaze versus Elum. Koji versus the Asuri on Apocalypse.
So one thing that's interesting is Amaze's clan is Church of Thatch, and yet Amaze isn't playing Thatch, but it makes sense because if you worship a god of any denomination, saying you're God, oh jeez, oh my god,
he needs
Elum
his
is
god.
Elum is literally
he needs
God.
His god. Oh, he touches! Elum missed the one hit that he needed, and Amaze. Dude, Thatch came down with little angel wings and brought him back up to the wall. He was like, he just need to get this wall touch.
He had that the Valentine's Day.
Valentine's KO.
Man, but yeah, Elum easily cleaned that up though so quickly.
Yeah, this is looking real nice for Elum. Ready to run away with this one. Some very clean guitar strings coming out from Elum.
Let's see, who sent Amaze down? Dummy actually sent Amaze down. That one went to game 5. So we could have a nice little set on our hands here.
Also shows that Amaze has had some matches against an Asuri today, and arguably I would say Dummy is theoretically a stronger one because he came into the top 8 on the winner side of things.
Oh yeah, definitely. Amaze still at a huge disadvantage here. Still only has Elum on first stock in orange. There's a neutral signature.
Little too close, didn't go over the corner.
That got the
dodge.
dodge.
Can't touch.
Elum doing some work on the edge here. Very clean. No major like, oh, I'm going to KO you in yellow. No huge commitments. Just some nice little edge guard options. Some nice little cleanups here coming out from Elum to continue this lead. Now up 2 stocks, still only in the orange.
Yeah, Elum is in a really good spot to get this 3 stock. Like, of course he's damaged. There's always that possibility from Amaze, but just the way that Elum is playing this, just complete driver's seat. A nair or a recovery could lead to the knockout. Ooh, just a little too low. That downlight doesn't hit an opponent who is in the air.
Definitely not a terrible option for punish. Like, that was going to be really close to hitting.
The movement outside of the tatami mat and able to punish. Goes for another downlight. Elum, can he get the 3 stock? He's playing for it. Amaze wants the recovery.
A little bit too slow to punish that landing.
Oh,
the raw
punish!
recovery to punish the gravity cancel. Good option from Elum. Gonna take this game. 3 stocks. Look at the damage that Amaze did. 216. All of that went into Elum's first stock.
Yeah, man. Elum able to stock extend and get knockout after knockout. And we're seeing Amaze make the first swap of the tournament. And there you're seeing some SIG stats. Amaze threw out 6 and missed all of them.
Meanwhile, Elum threw out 2. I don't remember what the other, I think it was a gravity cancel down signature that Elum threw out right under that soft platform when it was on the left side, and he missed that one. And yeah, it was that in-sig that he hit in orange. If he was a little bit more to the right, that would have for sure been a KO. But he also did 551 damage across the 3 stocks. That's 183. That's like right in the just standard kill damage that you want to be hitting. Yeah, he's not knocking people out in orange with a big dunk from the neutral signature, but if you're just playing like standard sword and standard Katars, going for the D-Light recovery off the top, that's picture perfect, basically.
Now we're seeing Amaze, of course, on this Kaya. I thought part of the reason for the pick was the spear, because of course you've got that sword carryover, but Amaze already threw away the spear, wants this bow. We haven't seen those extended bowstrings, right? Like downlight into recovery, downlight nair, anything like that. It's pretty much been the Elum show.
Ooh. Is going to have to use everything to get back. Elum. Look at the distance that Elum is staying away from Amaze. The only thing that would be able to hit at that range is the downlight, but Elum's in the air, so it's not like that's downlight territory. He's just playing it simple.
Yeah. He's not overcommitting. You didn't see like a jump side air on the corner or any sort of jump ground pound. Instead, he's just like, I'm going to wait for you to throw something out. Ooh, went for the NSIG read. Didn't quite work out. Punish, though, and Elum going to get the first stock.
That was a good punish there, too, because any other option that he's going for is not going to lead to a KO. If he goes for a side light off of that because of the movement, the dash impulse that you get, that's not really leading to anything. I don't think he could get in quickly enough to hit a downlight. Even if he did hit the downlight, the recovery is not a true option off of that. Look at the string potential. Dude, Elum's running this game.
It really feels like Amaze is trying their darndest to knock Elum away, right? Like throwing out all these hitboxes, but Elum is playing perfectly around it, dodging through so many. Finally, the down sig comes out and Amaze gets the knockout. But still, like, Amaze is throwing out a lot of hitboxes. Elum plays around it, footsies it, gets in on top of Amaze, and gets so much damage.
One of the like really strong things about Bo is like once you get into that flow state, like we're seeing Amaze kind of hit now, it flows together. One move goes into the other. It just feels good when you hit that spot with the bow. Amaze really hasn't found any of that just yet. We did see her hit that one string. Nice signature usage there. Definitely bringing this one back.
Yeah, the usage of the down six has gone up, and it's worked out very well for Amaze. Still sticking with the bow, but a nice pickup from Elum. The weapon toss to just get some hit stun, get in close, and then pick up D-Light recovery. Amaze on their final stock for game number 2.
Now going back to the Katars, definitely maybe an Aussie Asuri type beat. Oh, that's a big down air in the weapon toss. Amaze cleans that one up really nicely.
But Elum already, oh my goodness, the unarmed damage being built up onto Amaze.
So it seems like Elum can just like pick up those explosive moments, whereas Amaze has to like work into them a little bit more. She has to warm up before she finally hits it, and then she hits it.
Yeah, she's definitely started to like you said, hit that flow state, throwing out a lot of those down sigs, throws out the side sig, a little bit of a risky one there because it's got that forward movement, doesn't have the projectile. Elum didn't get the best punish on it.
Yeah, that's a really risky option. It is nice because it moves you so deep into that push-off column, but if Elum hits a turnaround side air there, if he knows that's coming and is able to hit that turnaround side air, that puts Amaze in a terrible spot. That side air, Elum's going to have to go over to the wall. The neutral sig expecting Elum to come high. Oh!
Oh, missed the punish. Down sig, Amaze! One more down sig. No, the weapon toss not going to be it. She was trying to position for the D-Light. You saw on the corner with the Nair. Oh no, punish! It's just a neutral light! D-Light recovery. Elum gonna take game number 2.
So we've now seen 2 times that Elum has like kind of struggled to punish that just a little bit off the ground opponent when they go in for a gravity cancel. We saw it on one of the last sets. Maybe I'm thinking about a VOD in a previous tournament. But he needs to be able to throw out that gravity cancel downlight as a punish option when his opponent is right off the ground. You got to be able to recognize when you're just grounded D-light won't work. And if you can't get the gravity cancel D-light, go for the neutral light. Go for the dash jump Sair. Go for something that'll pick up that opponent rather than just hoping for the best, throwing out a sword D-light. I think that would help Elum out a lot here. But Amaze is playing incredibly well. I'm loving this. Even though Elum is up 2-0, Amaze is in a fantastic spot. I think she's so close to taking these games.
Yeah, I mean, she very nearly had that last one. Had that one bow weapon toss hit, would have been great. If Elum hadn't thrown out the sword in air, she was in perfect position for the D-Light ground pound. So, very real possibility of Amaze taking this one and hopefully pushing this one to a game number 4 and potential game number 5. Again, those down 6 for the spacing. Just over it. Oh!
Nice.
I thought she had the spacing for that. Woo.
Man, I'm loving those down 6 on the edge. Oh, it goes for the side air there.
Still not enough. Ground pound will connect and lead to the knockout. Amaze with a solid lead. She's really figured out how to use this Kaya bow kit against Elum in this matchup.
Now, going into this, I was going to say that if Amaze doesn't fall prey to any of the Asuri gimmicks, like a neutral signature on the Katars or anything like that, I expect a last stock red situation. We might not even have that because Amaze has a huge lead still in the orange here. Her punish game is really stepping up. She's finding some good strings on the bow. Even went in for the ground pound there. Maybe that was a little bit too risky. But then she's back on the stage. Gravity cancel neutral signature, feeling herself a little bit there. If she can just go for that juggle game, but the ground pound from Elum is going to end that stock.
Yeah, solid ground pound. Still good lead for Amaze. Was able to build up a decent amount of that extra credit. But if Elum's able to deny weapons, no, she slips underneath and picks up the spear. Nice neutral light down sig. Recovery. Doesn't go for the GCN sig instead, trying to get a second recovery.
Elum struggling to find punishments. Oh!
Here again, slap down Amaze with a bigger lead.
What is Amaze's PR? I gotta know that.
Yeah, I didn't think, I thought the fact that Amaze beat Raigundas was a little bit of an upset, but the fact that Amaze is here doing so well against Elum in game number 3, looking real nice for Amaze. What? The turnaround end light and the end sig.
She's been hunned for that end sig. You know she wanted that. Gets the dodge through the neutral sig from Elum. Would have been a spiking opportunity.
Oh, spacing.
She has such a huge lead. She is PR 12, and Raigundas is PR 11. So it is, you were correct, a little bit of an upset for Amaze to take out Raigundas. But this would be a huge upset. Elum hoping to at least even up the stocks here. The dodge gets the gravity cancel neutral light coming out from Elum. Amaze still at the weapon disadvantage. Elum isn't quite on the mark with the D-light, but does still find a KO off the top.
Yeah, Elum is bringing this one back. We are final stocks, and it's worth mentioning that despite the fact that Amaze had such a nice lead, this is still her tournament stock. Meanwhile, Elum, if he loses this one, we just go to a game number 4. He's fine. He's still up 2.
Oh,
Corner
dead.
Gets the 3-piece for the knockout. Amaze going to take game number 3.
Let's go. That's awesome. We love that.
That was nice.
551 damage. I'm just going to do the math to make sure. I think it's still 183. So again, fantastic work from Amaze to find these really efficient KOs. Maybe a little bit on the inefficient side just because we're on small Brawlhaven, but still very good.
still able to get those knockouts. And I mean, it's Kaya, 4 strength, not exactly the highest strength character. There you're seeing that relatively high signature count with 11 coming out from Amaze, but it's almost like she's using it kind of like a Yumiko would, right? Like throwing out just this projectile in front and putting out this space control, except that it hits really hard when it connects. And so that's what's working out for Amaze, and Elsum's going to make the swap over to the Raphael.
Interesting choice here coming out from Elum. Not going to have the consistency of his sword to maybe fall back on. Now going to have an axe. We'll see if Elsum's able to find those beautiful side airs that Kyler Alice was finding earlier.
Yeah, he is going to struggle a little bit to get those knockouts. Like, he won't have D-Light recovery, but you'll have the axe, which is really good against the bow, especially because a lot of bow players like to do like bow downlight, right, for that approach tool. Not that Amaze is really leaning into that, but axe has a lot of tools like neutral light and downlight both jump over that downlight. Okay, nice 3-piece coming out from Elum.
Ooh, Elum keeping the pressure on, putting out a lot of moves here, a lot of them hitting as well. Oh,
snap.
is
Elum
Elum going to go too hard on the edge? Oh, is he going to go just hard enough?
Okay. They both make it back safely, and Elum still getting damage lead over Amaze. Oh, he's recognizing how Amaze likes to throw out these down 6. He's spacing it out right and able to punish now with this axe.
Yeah, that was a fantastically spaced side air. Great down air as well from Elum. Going to take the lead here, swapping back over to the Katars. Katar's definitely coming alive this game compared to the last one.
Now it's on Amaze to try to find the evener. Amaze had such a nice lead in the last one and was able to close it out, but still Elum took it to final stocks. Good dash out to avoid that down sig follow-up.
Elum almost walked into that too.
Yeah.
He definitely felt the wind on his face.
Kind of forgot it was a chainsaw that can be held, but Amaze, fortunately for Elum, let go of it. Just high enough. And again, Elum, he's just ready to punish those.
That down signature is going to be a lot easier for him to punish here. With a dash sidelight, your range is so good.
Showing why he made the swap over to the Ragnir. Amaze, was expecting the dodge up or the jump out, and Amaze gets punished. Elum about to lap.
Yeah, this swap completely working out for Elum. The swap eventually worked for Amaze. Now the swap is working so well for Elum.
Yeah, just had the perfect counter.
Something about the Raphael Katars just lights a fire under Elum.
Built different. Nice dodge read from Amaze to deny the 3 stock, but she's going to have to perfect stock at least once, maybe even twice.
Oh, not even going to have weapon advantage for too long. Weapon spot came on the right side. Elum was able to grab it.
Dodge down from Elum. The pogos come out from Amaze. Starting to see her lean a little bit more towards the spear. Recognize that, you know what, the bow down 6 not going to work as well against Elsum's axe. Oh, but the weapon denial.
Nice weapon control. Kept Elum away for just long enough, then still got the weapon toss. Oh no, that one is going to completely disarm, and Elum actually grabbed a spawn that was right there. That one coming in, Amaze is able to grab it.
The safe up toss from Elum, making sure he doesn't leave himself disarmed. Nice 2-piece. Amaze with the wake up nair. Amaze almost hits the end sig to even this up, but the damage. Elum is in such a good spot. Even though this dare is going to lead to the knockout, all Elum has to do is come back in, axe, sidelight, side air, and I think he's got this one in the bag.
Still winnable. Game 5 territory is still approachable. We might get there.
Nice. Immediate 3-piece. The weapon tosses to approach from Elum. Getting a little bit more damage built up.
Amaze is able to just play the range game so much better against the Katars than she is with the axe. Like, she just struggles with her spacing. She plays like in that perfect territory where Elum is just swinging with axe.
Oh no. He was trying to deny the weapons, but the bow was too close. Still, she's getting this one back. Oh, just outspaces the unlight, but she was on the full disengage.
She's adding up damage. Has Elum in the orange. Oh, right as I say it, Elum finds the side air. But man, that was so close. The Game 5 potential was so real for Amaze.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback attempt. She was so stinking close. Game 2 was almost in her pocket. Game 4 was really coming back for her. Like, she should still be proud of how well she played, but oh my goodness, that means it is going to be Elum continuing on in the bracket. Power ranked number 4 to go into the losers semifinal. On the other side, we are currently seeing Dummy and Shadow are playing. They're currently 1-0, so unfortunately going to have to buy some time a little bit while we wait. Can we bring up that bracket one more time and maybe talk about the road that we've gotten here so far?
Yeah, that would be great. Lead us through that bracket, Duke.
Yeah, so you're seeing there's the lower side, and maybe we can zoom out a little bit because obviously a whole lot has happened in the Australian region. But on that lower side, we do see Elum did, in fact, win that 3-1 over Amaze after actually getting knocked down in the winner's side from Kyler Alice on the Barasa. And there you're seeing kind of a more zoomed out version. Kyler Alice has been running through the top side, but he has lost a game every single set so far. But he's still sitting in the grand final, so he's feeling all right. Still up in the loser side of the bracket, we've still got Dummy and Shadow. You see that they've been also running through the bracket, but I think we're going to take a short little break as we wait for Dummy and Shadow to finish out their game. Do I need to say anything else, Toast, before we just throw to that break? I don't know. I'm going to acknowledge him and maybe talk about this bracket a little bit more. Doggo sitting in the loser side, guaranteed top 3 finish. Yeah, he's currently sitting in the loser side, guaranteed a top 3 finish. But there, you can see Amaze actually made that lower bracket run for quite a while. Lost to Dummy. Almost got to get that salty run back if she could have run into him in the loser semifinal. But she was making that lower bracket run. Like I said, beat Raigunda's 3-0. Definitely a little bit of an upset. And then was on the comeback against Elum. Still Shadow and Goddess were playing. Goddess also was trying to make that lower bracket run. Shadow actually came into the loser's side. Actually, no. Lost to Dummy 3-0 in the top 32 and then went in the loser side and was making that run, which is impressive. Currently fighting Dummy 1-0. But when that match concludes, we'll come back. Until then, we're going to take a short little break. Stick around. We've still got plenty more Australian Summer Championship action. And we're back in the top 4 of things. That was a brief little highlight reel in case you're just now joining us. Maybe you're just waking up in one of the regions where that makes some sense. But for now, we have Dummy versus Elum in the losers semifinals. It's Sparky's birthday, in case you haven't heard, by the way. I gotta throw that in there sometimes.
I'm 30, so when I say strange things on Twitter, it's a little bit weird because I'm 30.
Welcome to the old man club, all right? You know? You're gonna start tweeting about how your bones hurt and how you're groaning to sit down. And
Okay, I'm not gonna be a boomer. I'm talking about when I talk about TikTok or the latest rap album that came out. Like, when is Donda gonna drop? Then it's a little bit weird because I'm 30.
Oh, okay. So it's weird in context, not that you're gonna start tweeting weird things about.
No.
Back in your day, 808s and Heartbreaks was the jams.
No, College Dropouts will always be the best one. Always be the best one.
All right. Well, for now, it's going to be Dummy versus Elum. We're going to get right on into it. And it's worth mentioning that Elum isn't opting for the Asuri mirror match. Elum, I guess, giving respect to the #1 Asuri in Australia, Dummy, who just beat Shadow's Asuri not that long ago.
Yeah, Elum on this Ragnar going into this Asuri from Dummy could just be feeling the axe from last game. And, I mean,
that's fair.
To be real, I wouldn't blame him.
I think a little bit of both, maybe, is some respect, some just loving the axe. Because the axe was good. It had a lot of punish potential, which is something that he was lacking with the sword. We kind of mentioned it in the set, right? He was going for these downlights when the opponent was in the air, and unfortunately just didn't quite work out. With axe, not going to be an issue. You have a big enough hitbox that you can punish someone who is in the air.
Now, when they met in Spring Championships, I don't remember exactly if they went into the mirror match, but Dummy did 3-0 Elum in that. Okay. So this is definitely the salty run back from like 4 months ago.
Woo! That's a lot of salt on that one, as the NSIG gives Dummy the first stock. Clean and gonna row a boat just a little bit. Honestly, probably like the least salty emote out there. Personally, I think the OEL salute, that one makes me feel a certain kind of way when someone does that to me after getting a game.
Yeah, if you tilt me in ranked, I'm angry. Like that, if the taunt comes out, I'm not having a good time, no matter what taunt it is.
You know, there aren't certain taunts that you're like, okay, that was a little mean, all right.
No, absolutely not. Every single one is mean, and I don't like it, and it hurts my feelings. And Dummy is definitely putting the hurt on Elsum's stock, and probably on Elsum's feelings as well. We might see a Ragnar swap very quickly. Oh my gosh. 3-stock
like at this rate,
potential so real from Dummy right now.
What do you swap to? Elum hasn't even had an opportunity to play the Katars and say, okay, maybe, you know what, I could stick with the Katars. Or maybe I should stick with the axe. Instead, it's maybe I should stick with getting hit less, because right now Dummy is just doing all the damage.
That's true. It really doesn't matter who Elum switches to, because every character has unarmed in their kit, and if he's unarmed the entire game, it doesn't really matter what character he's playing.
Oh, a nice D-Sig as Dummy peaked a little too high. Will deny the 3-stock and maybe halt some of that momentum of Dummy. What a he just ran to the other side. Like that was an anime person seeing a horror movie, just like running away.
Nice D-Light Dare. Goes for the very delayed neutral air. I don't think he had a D-Light Dare true combo for a third follow-up off of that, because Elum was still in the orange, so he isn't quite going to have the stun time that he needs.
Elum starting to feel his Katars a little bit, still taking the brunt of the damage, though.
Weapon control and choice going the way of Dummy. Recovery off the top. That is a 2-stock for Dummy. Big way to come out here.
Yeah, this is Dummy saying, all right, this set's over. Let me go on to fight Doggo. I'm guaranteed top 3. And, man, Elum is going to need a huge change-up. Even when he was finding some momentum with the Katars, it was nowhere near the same pacing as Dummy. Like, that's Elum with a horse and buggy versus Dummy and a V8. Like, that is just a race that is not going in your favor.
Now, you look at the light attack count. 71 came out from Dummy. He hit over half of them. That is impressive.
Conversely, 54 thrown out by Elum, 20-something% hit rate. That is unfortunate and a little bit painful.
Now, Elum is still going to stay on this character, but is swapping back to the Raphael skin that we saw him do work with in the previous set. Interesting choices coming out for Dummy, leaving Small Brawlhaven and Demon Island up on the board. We'll see which one he picks. He's definitely thinking about this one.
That's where he went wrong. He didn't have the power of pizza in game number 1. He's going to hope that the pizza and the shurikens are going to be enough to help him out in game number 2, as he didn't like the maps that were banned, but it's going to be Apocalypse for game number 2.
Well, as they say, money is power, power is pizza, and pizza is knowledge.
I don't think I've ever heard anything past the first phrase.
Well, you're not. You don't exist in the same circles that I do. It's a Sigma phrase. You probably haven't heard.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm definitely a beta. I'm definitely out here in the lawnmower discords. You know.
Oh,
dug down. Missed the Sair though, so Elum will get back up safely. Good damage being put out from Elum though, or sorry, Dummy still. Gonna sit on the corner for a hot minute. D-Sig immediately as Elum peeks up too high.
That's embarrassing.
Good patience from Dummy. Doesn't hit the Nair though. He's not getting the completion.
That's the dodge too. Didn't even need to have the dodge. It didn't matter. D-Light side air from Dummy to take out Elum's first stock just in the yellow. We're seeing a repeat of last game.
Just complete control coming out from Dummy. Opted to switch to the sword for the matchup into the axe. A little bit too high for the bounce for the D-Light down air. Couldn't get a third hit off of it, but still damage is being done. Oh, okay. Interesting up toss coming out from Dummy off the D-Light down air.
Oh.
Not a common follow-up there.
What a great fastball from Dummy out of the neutral signature to get over to the wall. Completely avoiding Elum's punish. Nice spot dodge there as well. Dummy's just playing too clean.
Oh, but he is going to eat the weapon toss from Elum. Did not dodge in time. Elum still manages to pick up the guitars, but that was the most inefficient weapon swap possible, as the weapon spawn is going to come out, and Dummy should be able to pick it up. Yep, the side light guarantees it.
Oh, immediately punishes the landing. His little tootsies touched that soft platform, and he was already getting recovery.
Yeah, each of those little piggies went to the market, and unfortunately not going to come home on that one. Dummy, full stock lead over Elum now. This is looking real good for the Dummy fans.
Those little piggies did indeed cry wee, wee, wee all the way to the blast zone. Dummy with a full stock lead here. Got to be feeling good. There is a weapon spawn. Elum looking like he wanted to move over towards it.
Who likely wanted the weapon swap there. Dummy's been doing that a lot, where like he gets a string and they'll do a weapon swap into a pickup immediate attack. Down air into nothing coming out from Dummy. A little bit of hesitancy, or maybe just kind of playing with his food. Down Sig, and Dummy takes game number 2 in convincing fashion.
Dummy's hitting down sigs. He's hitting them real
and they're
well.
not just random down sigs.
Shadow, please take note. You should be Peepo G'ing right now. I know we don't have that one available in chat, but definitely should be
with Shadow.
I'm mad at him today. I'm very angry.
You're the disgruntled parent who's disappointed in Shadow coming home with a C on his report card. C in signature hit rate, by the way.
Nah,
50%.
I tell you what, like no, that's a B. We grade signature hit rates on a curve. That's a B.
Yeah, that's fair. But here we go. Game number 3. Elum reaching deep into the pocket's going to bust out the Fate. Didn't like the guitars, didn't like the X. Instead, liked something completely different and recognized that Doggo's Fate works, so maybe Elum's will.
In Spring Championships, this was kind of the third pick that Elum was going through. Started on the Asuri, then moved to the Jiro, and then ended on the Fate. See if he can find something here. Just kind of floating around. Can't seem to find the way in that he wants. Dummy already has Elum in the yellow.
Who went for a jump read there. Burned a lot, but still got back up safely. Getting some decent damage. Goes for the GCN light, but Dummy with the punish from behind.
I don't know what that neutral sig was on the right corner. That's like, that's the Boomy signature when Stingray was above the left soft platform in Miami Dome during Pro Series.
Throwing out a lot of N-Sigs from Elum, but they're just not connecting. It's a good Sig for Fate, but you can't just throw them out willy-nilly like that.
See if Dummy can punish the
Sig.
landing. He can't. That's one of the few landings back to the stage that Dummy has not been able to punish. Does still find the KO, but we're definitely seeing a major shift. There isn't a gigantic lead coming out for Dummy this game. It's a small lead.
Yeah, Dummy definitely not running away with it the way that he was in Game 1 and Game 2. Good dodge to avoid that down air, though. Likely would have been pivoted to the outside again. Dunk down. Complete whiff, but Elum cannot punish from below. Elum, it just hits a side air. Needs to get this stock.
Playing safe on the corner. Not sure if he wants to throw out those dares right over the corner or if he wants to bounce it so he can grab a recovery right as Dummy would move over that corner maybe.
Good movement from Elum, but unfortunately just not able to get those punishes on the whips from Dummy. Nice two-piece. Oh, wake up, moving forward, gets caught. Dummy getting more and more damage built up onto Elum. Ooh, misses the GC sidelight. Dummy getting bigger punishes.
Oh, gets off the top. The down air was dodged through by Elum really well, but couldn't cover right below Elum as that recovery came out. Back over to the guitars, and now we're seeing a huge lead, this time on the second stock. Almost a full stock ahead. Goes for the ground pound and still gets another hit after that.
That's good damage. Ground pound, one of the highest damaging moves on the guitars. Back to the sword, though. Getting ready for the D-Light recovery, throwing out plenty of D-Lights. Dummy knows that he is only one good string away from getting Elum into that kill percent and potential knockout.
Oh!
Nice spot for Elum, and that's the stock. Dummy gonna 3-0 Elum in the losers semifinal to continue on in the bracket. Elum gonna go home with a 4th place finish.
Yep, that is definitely to be expected. Elum can kind of hover around that like 5th and 3rd, sometimes coming in 4th as well. Definitely to be expected here. Has not won a tournament this year. His most often place is in that 3rd. He grabbed 2 3rd places this year in Winters and a community tournament, 1 4th, 1 5th, and 1 2nd. So he's going to sit right in that middle territory between kind of all of those placements, right in on that 4th.
And that does mean Dummy continues on and will now be fighting against Doggo in the losers final. One of these people will go on to fight Kyler Ellis in the grand finals. And the last time they met, it went 3-2 the way of Doggo, which technically means that Doggo's the favorite between the two of them. But at the same time, there is always that potential that Dummy has the adjust.
Yeah, and that was Doggo fighting back and getting the reset and then taking the grand finals reset set into Game 5.
I was talking about their winner semifinal.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at my notes and thinking about spring champs.
Well, no, it's worth mentioning that they fought each other many a times, and it goes down to the wire many a time. So you know what? It's still relevant. Still good info.
Taking some time to think about this stage banning.
This is the ice. This is Doggo saying, "Oh, you're hot off your win. You 3-0 against Elum. Not for long. Take a little nap, dummy." And he meant that in the mean way and in his name. Like he's kind of that double entendre.
Man, Dummy really thinking about this one. His final ban was Crystal Temple, leaving the Demon Island, Small Mammoth Fortress, and the Dome open. We're going to Small Mammoth.
Oh, the reason it took so long is because I think they were saying happy birthday to you in in-game chat.
Oh, I completely glossed over that.
Kyler Ellis is wishing you a happy birthday. But here we go. Game number 1, losers. Final Dummy versus Doggo. The ultimate combination being Dummo.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not Dark Knight Dummo. That's a skip on the playlist every time it comes on.
see sidelight follow-up from Doggo. The shotgun blast not going to quite connect. We're seeing already Doggo being more willing to throw out the signatures than he was in his matchup against Kyler Alice. Nice turnaround, follow-up side air. Goes for another one. Doggo is very willing to go for these deep off stages, and it's going to work out. GC down light to lead to the knockout.
Yeah, Doggo's scythe definitely hitting some licks that we didn't see previously. Loving this so far. That gravity cancel downlight, we saw that earlier, but it didn't make any connections. Just ended up burning a dodge on the edge. Doggo has a nice lead here. Gets through that neutral signature. Nice punish from Dummy. I'm accidentally gonna call him Dummo now.
It's in your head. D-Sig from Dummy will in fact even up the stocks though. And of course, we'll want to stick with those Katars for the damage build, but he's primed a second set of Katars just in case. Oh, Doggo really taking his time.
Dude,
picking up his weapon. He didn't even want it. He didn't want it. He's like, you know what? That weapon, that's stinky. He's crusty and stinky and gross, and he's going to pick up this scythe instead.
He just he put his
Nice
hand
breakup.
right next to him and was like, I'm not touching it. I'm not.
Ooh, ground pound miss. Dummy with a solid punish, but Doggo gets back up. Has plenty of movement, and Dummy's in a rough spot. And the down air guarantees it. Doggo with the lead.
Dummy just wanted it a little bit too bad. He expected maybe like another panic jump or a panic dodge coming up. Didn't expect the recovery that found priority.
Okay, getting some hits. Nice patience from Dummy. Waiting out that dodge down. Can potentially even this up, but again, those downlights just a little too low for the opponents. Light recovery, and that is the evener.
I know every Qatar player out there is probably so sad when they get the neutral light or the down light and then their opponent dodges and they actually finally get the recovery and then it doesn't KO. That's got to just be a major blow every time it happens.
But at the end of the day, hopefully they're like used to it. You know, they're like, all right, well, another day as a Qatar main.
Yeah, they've been taking
Hopefully
L's
it's
as
not a big
Qatar mates for
mental
so
boom.
long. They're used to it.
I think Doggo is recognizing how Dummy likes to follow up. Dummy, off the neutral light, likes to stay grounded and then kind of react. Doggo with the side air, and Dummy one hit away from getting knocked out. That side air will do it. And Doggo going to take game number 1.
Oh, yeah, Elum did say happy birthday. Pog. These edgeguard situations from Doggo are just really nice. That down air was really good, and then here's one side air. Oh, okay, that was the second one.
Yep.
But there was one right
There
before
was
that.
that
It was
down
really
light at
nice.
the beginning, yeah.
I liked it.
It's interesting because it was the exact same mentality against Kyler Alice, and Kyler Alice shut that down so incredibly hard. But against Dummy, it's working. Doggo's finding that singular hit that puts Dummy in an awkward spot and leads to the knockout very frequently. So maybe Dummy has to kind of take a page out of what Kyler Alice was doing to turn around and counter those.
I can't remember on that replay, did Dummy have a weapon there that he could have
On
thrown?
that last
Yeah.
stock? Actually don't.
Because I feel like
But-
I'm not seeing weapon tosses coming out from Dummy to at least aid in more safe recoveries coming out.
Yeah, that can be tricky though, especially when you're as far out as Dummy was. Now we're seeing
Oh,
that.
he
Yeah,
did.
so he had a sword in hand, but it can be tricky because the weapon tosses don't always. I think it kind of stops your momentum. He was going for the side air. Unfortunately, just Doggo's side air beat it out.
Now we do have Small Enigma, Miami Dome, and Demon Island left up. No shot we're going to Small Enigma, right?
Demon Island, 100%. Doggo just trying to find the map to Demon Island. Oh, it's going to be Miami Dome. Okay, well, still not Small Enigma. And it's going to be Miami Dome. Interesting pick. Does the NSIG cover the soft platform?
I was thinking. I am not sure. I think it might just
I think
barely.
Orb does. I think the Orb does. I don't know if the Scythe does.
Yeah, I don't know if you charge that little tree up, if that goes all the way. I don't think it does now that I'm looking at it.
Well, we'll see if that comes into play. On the other side, Dummy maybe just liking the fact that it's going to be harder for Doggo to get out of those edge guard situations, but I don't even think Dummy really had them that often.
Now over here on this swap to Ragnir.
Ooh, the turnaround. Dummy playing low, gets the double, doesn't get the end sig though. Nice slap down. Dummy coming alive a little bit with the swap to the Ragnir.
Yeah, they're about even in terms of damage. Doggo going to swap over to the orb. Nice side air is going to send Dummy to the right side. Punishes that landing, has Dummy in the red and disarmed.
Oh,
Nice.
that one does reach high enough. And now Doggo making the swap over to the scythe. Dummy again on the guitars. Nice patience again. Dummy loves to do that. End light, wait, and then get the punish. Goes to the recovery, but like you said, Qatar players out there mauling because the recovery didn't lead to KO.
You do see a different dodge pattern there. Last time, he ended up going to the left and was above Dummy, so the turnaround follow-up recovery was the option. This time, Doggo stayed on the same side, so Dummy just did the recovery in the original direction he was facing.
Didn't hit the sidelight in the right spot. This is kind of the pitfall of the swap to the Ragnir. Like, great for damage build, but it doesn't have the thing that Asuri has of that D-light into the recovery. Just a deep recovery from Dummy. Gonna work out in his favor for the knockout.
You heard the dare coming out from Doggo, but that recovery was already coming out. Found the priority that he needed there. He is still at least 100 damage behind as he is in the orange.
Throws away at the Katars. Doesn't want it for the matchup. There's the weapon spawn. Doggo gonna deny it. Switches to the orb. Is Doggo just trying to stutter step in his face?
He might. Grabs the axe. Neutral sig comes out as well. Complete whiff on that one.
Wall touch. Dodges through the down sig, but doesn't punish.
I think Doggo was expecting like a spot dodge there.
Nice downline. Side air, not enough. Oh, the sidelight side air. Doggo gonna go up.
I think Doggo should definitely stay with the orb. The scythe
You
is
think?
not
I think
doing
his
as
scythe's
much
good.
this game.
Oh, that's fair.
specifically.
That's fair. Surprised that bounced up. I guess he was just over the platform where it bounced off, and I think that's one of the reasons why Doggo actually survived there. Dummy doesn't get the jump side air input instead. Or actually, he didn't get the jump input, period, but I think that was a nair input. Either way, Doggo still living on this stock, and Dummy getting desperate to finish it off. Neutral sig will work out.
Gonna definitely stick with the guitars here. You saw that 45-degree angle axe toss. Completely getting it away from him. Now gonna have the axe going back to the guitars. Doggo's happy to just like wait for this next weapon spawn. Unfortunately, it's gonna come in on the left side. Dummy's gonna grab that one as well. Not only does he keep Doggo with the weapon disadvantage, it's also the preferred weapon of the guitars.
And he resets his weapon string. He had the weapons primed, so it would be guitars into guitars. But like usually when you have like guitars, you want the other weapon to be your alternate, so you can swap to it for the KO.
Is a weapon spawn on the field. Neutral signature!
sig.
That's huge!
Yo, this could be big, and it is. Dummy gonna take game number 2, tying it up 1 apiece, where for a fair amount of that, it was still looking like the Doggo show.
Yeah, here you're seeing that axe come in. The down air came out, couldn't quite find priority on it. I think it was still in startup. Nice neutral signature. Doggo was just like positioning himself above it, like at that 45-degree angle, looking for those dare initiations from left and the right. So great work throwing out that neutral signature.
Yeah, I think part of it was also he saw the dodge up from Doggo, which meant that Doggo really didn't have a lot of options in that position. And so the neutral sig led to the knockout. Also, interesting stat on that the stat screen was that they both had the same signature hit percentage, but Dummy threw out like 3 times as many, which at the end of the day, that's going to work out in your favor because you're just hitting harder.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Nice.
But here we go, game number 3.
Going to be an interesting choice here. Throwing those soft platforms completely away for the small brawl haven. Weapon spawn comes in. Dummy's able to grab it before Doggo can move over and cover it enough.
Dummy looking a little awkward with this axe, not really finding any hits with it. Doggo getting all the damage. Doggo's orb really leveling up. Like you were saying in the last one, the orb was looking really good, and it's just going to continue as Dummy makes the swap over to the guitars. Nice patience again. The Dummy patience really working out. Oh, missed the punish. Oh, the weapon toss. The startup of it not going to work out in Dummy's favor, and Doggo going to go with a nice lead off of that orb recovery.
Dude, orb recovery kills so early on this. Oh! Never mind. No, it doesn't. It's not early compared to that.
That's illegal. I think that's a disqualification. Doggo is going to have to go back to the lockers for that one. Dummy is going to have to reverse 3-stock this if he wants any hope of not getting mentally destroyed right now.
And that's crazy because the first stock that he got the recovery KO with, he did that like right as Dummy turned red. So that was an extremely efficient stock. Compare that to the next one, and it's not even close.
That second stock was like a 5-second stock. Dummy respawned and died. Scythe for Doggo. The dodge down. Dummy already behind in the damage department. This is so tough for Dummy.
That was like no moves thrown out for 3, 4, maybe even 5 seconds.
Okay.
Dummy's looking for these punishes, trying to play as safe as he possibly can, hoping Doggo's going to get impatient and throw the first move out.
The weapon toss trade, but there's a weapon spawn right there for Doggo.
Dummy's
on the edge. Dummy avoids it.
It's so in the red right now.
Just barely jumps it.
Oh!
Oh, the dodge down again. Doggo loves these dodge downs. I hope Dummy can start to recognize that. It was working out with the guitars. The dodge. And Doggo gets the turnaround, the side air. And Doggo going to take the big lead. But, like, if you look at those damage numbers, you're like, man, this is kind of a close game. But it was a 3-1, and one of those stocks got deleted.
Yeah, that's Doggo averaging 152. Here it is. Here it is. We're slowing it down.
Nair just a little bit of a recovery into a Nair GCN sig. Oh, my goodness.
Dude, that was a nasty gimp off the top.
Out of there.
Very beautiful coming out from Doggo, but he averaged 152 damage per stock. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, that is the epitome of efficiency. Even with that gimp, it was very efficient. But here we go. Game number 4, Dummy. Gonna need a miracle on this one to take it.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Both of them not throwing out that many light attacks in that last one. It was 48 from Dummy, 59 from Doggo. Nice hits from Dummy. Getting a good string onto Doggo. That was a nice lead, but he can't maintain the momentum, and Doggo gets back down safely.
Nice string coming out from Doggo, looking to take off on the right side. And the strong D light. Unfortunately, Dummy's not in the red, so it's not going to be the KO option. Use the dare to touch the wall. Dipped under the stage on that one. Doggo definitely in the lead here. Calls it out.
Woo! What a call out from Doggo with the end sig to beat out the side sig from Dummy. Side light, side air. Dummy just getting hit. And you're seeing kind of that impatience come out from Dummy where he's just immediately trying to run back at Doggo.
Throws out the D-Sig. Plenty of time to move away before Dummy comes in. Nice little 3-hit. That orb side air, it's just too strong. It's so good at cleaning up those stocks.
Yeah, especially off of a side light, just such a consistent tool. Dummy was waiting there for a weapon spawn. Doggo just comes down, kind of chump checks him a little bit with that side air.
Doggo in complete control of the weapons. Oh, that was the dodge as well.
Nice haymaker from Dummy. Sticking with the guitars.
Oh, that weapon spawn. Man, that was so lucky.
Yeah.
That came right for Doggo.
See side light. Nice follow-up recovery as it was in the air. Doggo in an awkward spot. Dummy with the rough punish and a big follow-ups from Doggo. Dummy gets a wall touch. Another attempt. Dummy gets back up. Nice chase dodge up. Doggo still gets back to the wall safely. The damage being done. Dummy still touches the wall. They're going to get back up. Dummy gets the dodge down read, and all of that leads to, oh, an end state. Okay. They're still going.
Doggo still had plenty of in-air movement options, had the down air to get over to the wall as well, so didn't even really need any jumps, any dodges, or anything like that. Neutral light almost sending Dummy to his death. There's another side air that Doggo finds. Wrong side of the stage, so it's not going to be the KO. Has the sight in hand. You see those down lights going right over the edge.
Nice recovery, nice nair. Another nair coming out from Dummy. Getting some good damage. Needs to stay close in this damage department.
Unfortunately, I think Doggo's still in the orange. That hit turned Doggo red.
The one thing that's nice for Dummy is that Doggo doesn't have the easiest knockout tools with this scythe, right? Like, he can go for, like, the offstage, but generally it's been leading to that, like, gravity cancel D-light, or he can go for just a raw signature. Meanwhile, Dummy with the falling side air, gonna take the lead, but he needs the extra credit.
Yeah, that's something that
He is asking the teacher for after-class extra credit.
that's something Doggo hasn't found success with. Oh, another one almost off the top. Like, you know Doggo wants to find those side airs, and he just can't find him. Can't find those scythe KO options.
But he does hit the side air with the orb, and that will be an evener. That was some good damage built up from Dummy, but again, all of that will amount to nothing if Doggo's got all this weapon control and Dummy can't continue the pressure. Oh, the reads. Oh, the side swapping. Once the guitars.
Nice two
For
hits.
the Ensig read, nice follow-up.
Maybe he needs to be a little bit more careful with those. Gets the dodge through the weapon toss. Oh!
One more big hit, and Dummy can take this to game number 5. Doggo gets the weapon pickup. Dummy with the disengage. He's got the axe in hand. Knows he's got Doggo in the damage department.
Oh, neither
Oh, no.
one wants to commit too hard.
Oh,
Doggo!
He got back up. Oh, he throws away the guitars. Dummy just barely avoids the down air, just barely avoids it, but the Ensig reaches too high, and Doggo gonna close it out 3-1 in the losers final.
Doggo finally found that neutral sig read on the orb that he's been searching for, and what a moment to find it. Look at, man, 2 of those almost off the top gimps from Dummy. He was so close. You know he wanted it, especially after last game. There's the neutral signature that he was hunting for. We saw Doggo throw out several of those, and they didn't make contact, but finally it did.
Yeah, Dummy was so close to taking that to game number 5. Had the damage lead, had the down air on the right side to punish that whiffed side air from Doggo. Had so many close moments, but just Doggo with the orb consistency able to clean up the stocks and close it out. And now we're going into the grand finals with Kyler, Alice, and Doggo.
So that's definitely, we see again, Doggo just completely destroying Dummy there. It was that 3-1. So Dummy seems like he just can't break through Doggo. That is a matchup that he definitely struggles with and will have to work on if he wants to come out in those higher placements. I'm talking specifically second or first.
I really want to know what it is about the Ragnir that Dummy was looking for. Because, like, the guitars were fine. There was nothing wrong with that. But basically didn't want to play the Ragnir axe, which at that point, it's like, why wouldn't you just go back to the Asuri? Because at least then you have the knockout tool. Why wouldn't you go to the Sentinel? Because at least then you have the knockout tool and you still have some of that defense that Ragnir was going into. I'm really curious. I want to pick his brain a little bit, but won't really get the opportunity. But for now, Doggo likely will be sticking on the Fate. Might make the swap in response to Kyler Alice's Barasa, though.
I'm glad you bring up that Sentinel, because that is a character pick that he's gone with in the past. So that is a big question that I would like answered. I think you're exactly right on that. But we do have our new set ready to go. You see these stats on the screen. PR3 from Kyler Alice against PR2 from Doggo. So 2 very, very close players.
Ooh, and we are in fact going to see the swap. It is not going to be the Fate. It is the Spectre Knight. Just kidding. It's the Mordax.
Never mind. He's just doing a little
Doggo.
trolling.
It's the Scythe. Definitely still sticking with the Scythe. It's the Fate.
Nobody's surprised on that one. All right, come on, man.
What's it going to be? He's going to mix it up. Kyler Alice, he's just like, bro, I'm going to play Barasa. I don't care. Do whatever you want. It's Mordax for game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Doggo, coming in from the loser's side, has to get the best of 5, then reset for a second best of 5. Is the Mordax the answer to the Barasa? Kyler Alice.
Now, we saw earlier that Fate was certainly not the answer to it, so I'm kind of glad he's going into this one game 1 on a completely different character rather than trying to test game 1 again with the Fate to be like, okay, well, let's see if a couple hours made any difference here. So that keeps him from just completely throwing away one game on something we already know doesn't work.
I 100% agree. I almost wish he went to the Mordax in the losers bracket, though. I wish he kind of warmed up with it a little bit. Yeah, the orb was great for those knockouts, but at the same time, I guess, I don't know. It's kind of a difference between like warming up your character versus making sure you guarantee your spot in the grand finals.
Now, first weapon is going to go for Doggo. It's going to be that scythe. Already see him coming in with the side light. I think he wanted a down air there, but ended up ledge canceling a D-light.
Ooh, nice gravity cancel follow-up. Kyler Alice just going to be falling underneath with an air. Goes for the down air. Doesn't go back up, and Kyler Alice going to lose the first stock quick.
Yeah, Doggo's movement just completely confusing Kyler there, except Doggo was really close to getting hit by that down air, and that could have been a complete 180 from what just happened.
Nice spot dodge from Kyler Alice. Going for the jump down air. Recovery thrown out. Kyler
Doggo.
Alice running out of movement. He can't get back.
God.
Doggo giving him the chase dodge. Doesn't matter. Another stock gone.
Oh my gosh. Doggo just kept going back in. He was able to yoink a stock. Complete full stock lead where he was technically like less than a full stock because he had damage on it. So a really good trade for Doggo.
Yeah, I think that is 100% a good trade for Doggo. Full stock advantage. Kyler Alice going to try to play a more grounded neutral game on this final stock here in game number 1. The X looking good. Doggo going to just punish with a neutral light.
Nice dodge through to get through the down air, and then he chooses to go back in. I think that one's a little bit crazy.
Yeah. Doggo does like to go in a little bit deeper than I think the other players will. Kyler Alice going to punish with the NSIG, and suddenly it's looking even.
Kyler in a good spot. Still think he's yellow. Yes, he is still yellow, even after that side air from Doggo's gauntlets.
Soft platform helping Kyler Alice avoid the down sig. Lots of sigs being thrown out from Doggo.
Oh, back-to-back side light nairs. Now they're basically even. They're both in orange. D-light recovery.
Not enough. Oh, turnaround attempt. Missed the second one. Dude, Doggo is playing with fire. He is so close. And Kyler Alice going to take game number 1 off the down air. He threw away 2 stocks and only needed 1.
I think Doggo needs to focus a little bit more on the weapon spawn when there's one there. Because look at those offstage engagements when he had a weapon compared to when he didn't have a weapon. When he had a weapon, he either went even on the engagement or won. When he didn't have the weapon, he lost.
Yeah, there's definitely some times where it's like, it's good to play the unarmed for a hot minute because it'll throw the opponent off. Except Kyler Alice was never thrown off. Kyler Alice was just laughing in Doggo's face like, bro, you're really going to try to play unarmed against me right now? There's a weapon way over there that you should probably be picking up.
Kyler in in-game chat said, close, with an exclamation point. That's toxic. Also, Rick's stance right there is... like, he just looks like he's about to murder a dog.
He's about to just murk Doggo.
3, 2,
That is like the most aggressive stance in this video game.
Tyler's like, you're done for, kid. Gets the jumping nair. Catches the dodge from Doggo with the GC downlight. Doggo has to play this unarmed as there's no weapon spawn. But, man, like, he's going off stage with the unarmed. Like, he's not just... playing back and going for okay.
They're both doing it. They're both doing it now.
Bro, there's a weapon. There's 2 weapons. They're over. Oh my god.
Australia built different.
He doesn't want it. No one wants it.
Now, like
This is how you win the set.
Neither one wants to break the weapon truce.
Are they really going to play a whole game unarmed only? Oh, they might. Summer Champs, Kyler Alice, Grand Finals versus Doggo. He's just dancing in between two.
Well, I think we know that neither of them has light attack to pick up on, or they would have swiped one of those by now.
Yeah, they have that at least going on.
They realize this is Grand Finals, right? Like, Doggo is down a game and coming from the loser's bracket.
Oh! Truce broken! He's crossed the red line. Okay, still going in, though. Kyler Alice doesn't care. Okay.
Goes with the gravity cancel taunt and everything. Are we back to
We're
guns,
good?
please? Can we be
We're
weapon
back
boys now?
to normal Brawlhalla gameplay.
Yeah, now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah.
After the martial arts hour featuring Kyler and
Yeah.
Doggo.
It's the unarmed exhibition for a brief moment in mid-grand finals set. Kyler Alice, with the damage deficit, has the weapon advantage, though, and Doggo wanting to continue the unarmed as he gets the downlight into the ground pound. And weirdly enough, it is working, going unarmed only against Kyler
Yeah,
Alice.
he's super in the lead here. No dodge came out from Kyler, so he's still going to have that one there.
Ooh, missed the recovery. Ooh, dropped the D-Light into the recovery. Likely wouldn't have led to the knockout as Doggo's not that damaged.
Not the KO option just yet. Needs some more damage. That weapon toss actually turned Doggo red. The side air will be the KO. Kyler's still a little bit behind. One thing Kyler does not do after getting hit by Scythe is dodge. He's very consistently not dodging.
Yeah, he really tries to wait it out because Doggo, on the other side, is definitely waiting for that dodge, wants to get those big dodge punishes. Alice misses the recovery, and that's going to be trouble and death as Doggo takes game number 2 in a very unorthodox fashion. But you know what? A game and a W is a W.
And there you go. You see it right when Doggo gets a weapon. The offstage engagement definitely goes his way. I still can't believe he picked up that D-Light ground pound.
Yeah. And, of course, Doggo going to be sticking with the Mordex. Kyler Alice banning out maps. Demon Island will likely stay on the board alongside Small Brawlhaven, yeah.
They threw out a lot of light attacks that game. It was like 65 and 87, so like an additional 50 to 70% of attacks compared to some of their previous games. So that's definitely due largely in part to the unarmed kit of, okay, you have to throw out more attacks to find a KO because you have to do more damage.
I'll say that's 100% because they're on unarmed. But they're not going to be messing around with the unarmed this time as they've both got a weapon in hand, Axe versus the Scythe.
Dude, Kyler's swinging and can't find any hits.
There's a blind
Dude,
lumberjack in the forest right there.
doing?
He wanted the gauntlets. Offstage opportunity. Kyler Alice not having it. Still getting those big hits onto Doggo. Doggo finally gets back. Okay. And punished from below.
That almost KO'd too.
Yeah. Both of them throwing out D-Sigs. There is a wonkiness that is impossible to describe that is coming out from Doggo.
Now, one thing we did see from him that was really good is we just saw the D-Light Nair into the recovery. That's something we haven't seen too much of from hardly any of the Gauntlet players so far today.
Yeah, haven't seen those kind of more oh, nice. That's going to be the chase dodge, but still Kyler Alice with the punish right in position. He wasn't damaged enough for that to push him far enough away. But yeah, that's like more modern Gauntlets love that D-Light Nair into Dare or recovery, whereas Australia kind of classic with it.
Yeah, and that's really what I meant when I was talking about Gauntlet fundamentals, is the way that people are playing Gauntlets now with the D-Light Nair into the recovery, D-Light Nair Dare, even a lot of the Sidelight GC Sidelight stuff. We weren't seeing too much of that.
And we're still not seeing that much. Doggo's predominantly leaning on that Scythe, and the Scythe's doing pretty good damage.
Oh!
Okay. The fake out down toss into the D-Sig. Weapon toss beats out the recovery. Doggo's offstage with Scythe is so good. It is working so well.
Now, he did something there that I feel like a lot of people do not do in a weapon toss situation, is he went down there, but he was still in weapon toss range and not getting hit range. So he was still safe. Even though he was down there near Kyler, he wasn't in danger of being hit with anything, and he could definitely make sure that his weapon toss was really accurate rather than just like throwing it on a 45 degree and hoping it works. Okay, dude. Doggo is going to get sauced for trying to be a little bit fancy there.
He's trying to style a little bit there. I don't know if Sair was the option, but either way, he still has the lead, still in a good spot for this one. Potential reset opportunity for Doggo.
Ooh, that turned him red. Doggo going to go deep.
Deep.
Dodges through the GC D-Light from Kyler.
Light puts Doggo into the offstage. Nice dare. Doesn't go for the ground pound immediately. Kyler Alice with the clapback recovery. Doggo and Kyler Alice both red. Who's going to take this one? It's the Sair from Kyler Alice, just the edge of the blade.
That was game 3, and it goes towards Kyler. So one more victory, and Kyler's going to go home as your 1v1 Australian Summer Championship. Even though this is in Australia, so it's technically winter right now.
Yep. I don't know. I guess, yeah, it is that cold. But Kyler Alice going to make the swap over to the Teros for game number 4. This is the Kyler Alice ego pick. This is when Kyler Alice is feeling good, when he's one game away. He's like, all right, I'm going to play Teros against you. And for some reason, it works like, it weirdly enough, works better than his Barasa did. Like, somehow he just levels up when he goes to the Teros. Doggo going to go deep into the pockets? Nope. Going back to the Vortex.
Now, one thing Doggo said in in-game chat was, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. So these 2 losses that he has and the fact that he's coming in from the loser's bracket, he is going to take that and use that to make him a better player rather than just coming in here and 3-0ing, getting the reset, and then 3-0ing.
I do want to point out that Kyler Alice in-game chat requested that we say, this one is for the boys. You know who they are. So, if you feel like you are one of the boys referenced, I guess this one's for you.
And that is important because Kyler's doing this one for the boys. You're not going to let the boys down. Especially like the boys in the group chat, you know you're playing.
Yeah.
You're playing with heart on this one.
Definitely would be unfortunate if you said this one's for the boys and immediately got 3 stuns. Alice with the hammer in hand. Haven't seen the hammer so far. Nice GC downlight. Actually gets over the icicles of Doggo. Doggo trying to play the offstage, but disengages as he did not find any hits with the sight.
Now Kyler does swap to the axe pretty quickly. Those gravity cancel side sigs, Doggo's been loving them towards like the middle half of last game and now into this game. Kyler is going to find the first KO. Nice.
Light and air recovery, and that is an immediate evener from Doggo.
And that's what you want to see. He picks up the gauntlets. The first thing he does, D-Light Nair recovery, your true combo, your KO combo. Good work from Doggo on that one.
Great pickup. Ooh, but Kyler Alice keeping this corner control. Doggo's finding some hits.
You are seeing him change his follow-up after down air as well, because he did one, threw some active input on it, and then went with a reverse nair. Then he did the same thing and went down to the ground. I believe he threw out a neutral light after it. Oh, Teros.
Well, he caught the landing, too. You saw Doggo was in those sweat beats. Didn't have anywhere to go. He really, he was looking at the stage, too. Wasn't even thinking about going to the wall to just reset those jumps. But Doggo, D-Light recovery, not enough. There's the down heavy. Doggo able to even it up. This is his tournament stock here. He needs this one to take it to game 5 and hope for the reset.
Ooh.
Nice string coming up from Doggo, but he doesn't get the dare.
That was a good 3-piece. Just follow Kyler across the stage.
Good dodge up. Oh, but man, Kyler Alice's wake-ups are just so punishing. Doggo trying to play this smart. outspacing these axe hits because he knows that he is still very damaged. Nice recovery. Kyler Alice running out of jumps here. Can't get back up. Doggo going to take this to game number 5.
Scythe on the edge, man.
It's so good.
Kyler said something in in the in-game chat. And I feel like it's some Australian nonsense.
I hope.
Oh
what
no,
he's
it's
saying
got. He got Brawlhalla. I thought okay. He said Gort, G-O-R-T. I didn't know if that was some Australian nonsense. Like
Well, you know what?
Vegemite
They do have their own. They do have their own terms.
or Marmite.
Yeah. Honestly, I was half expecting Kyler Alice to in-game chat say, you know what, that one wasn't for the boys. This one's for the boys.
Kind of let the boys down.
Yeah.
Boys feeling a little bit embarrassed currently.
Boys laughing in the group chat right now.
Oh yeah, Fron just messaged me and said Kyler's showing off the Australian accent. He spelled it how they would, Gort. Like hello?
Gort, yeah.
Or nor.
Yeah. It's like when is it Scottish Twitter that types in the accent so that you know?
We're going to Small Mammoth again.
Here we go, game number 5. Doggo needs this one to get the reset for a second best of 5. Otherwise, Kyler Alice is going to be crowned the Australian Summer Champion.
This is a good spot for Doggo because he is still going up against Kyler's Taros. Going to open up the game with the gauntlets.
Not getting a whole lot in terms of strings. Kyler Alice getting some very good punishes.
Yeah, I think
The
Doggo
weapon toss bait.
plays the most NA gauntlets of the Aussies.
For sure. Ooh, throughout the D-Sig, big punish from Kyler. He's reaching deep, though. The weapon toss is going to guarantee the wall touch, protecting himself with the up toss. Oh, punish. Wet beads a little bit there from Doggo.
Ooh.
Oh, he didn't get the... that is, it's a hard input, but didn't get the nair. Just outside of it, Doggo's spacing really well around that down sig. Kyler Alice is just swinging. Playing like a ranked Taros right now.
Oh, he still finds the recovery after that goofy pickup on the downlight. Stops there. That one's going to get the KO, but Doggo really brought that one back.
Does have this in a point where if he gets the nice hit, could lead to the knockout. Recovery just not quite enough. Needs the gauntlet recovery. Got a little bit more force on it.
Doggo's Mordex is more clutch than I would have thought.
Yeah, it's definitely very good. His gauntlets have been clean as well. But Kyler Alice is adding up that extra credit now. This is looking rough for Doggo. The sidelight not going to lead to the knockout. Goes for the scythe off stage. Got to be careful here. Not enough.
Doggo's still going to maintain safety. He's on the middle of the stage.
Yeah. I mean, he knows how important this is. This is game 5. I was speaking specifically about how much safer he's playing. Like, in that offstage where he was horizontal, had the scythe, and Kyler had the hammer, past Doggo, like winner's final Doggo, would have done the GC downlight 100% of the time.
Definitely. Even on the recovery, like back to the stage over on the wall, he hesitated on the scythe recovery that he normally would have thrown out otherwise.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He is trying his darndest right now, but Kyler Alice is getting the damage, and that side sig will be one more nail in the coffin. Tournament stock here for Doggo. Going to need a huge gimp to bring this one back.
It could start with an offstage engagement.
Didn't hit the nair. Doggo burning a lot. Kyler Alice going to be able to get back up safely.
And Kyler choosing to actually continue to go in unarmed, and Doggo is not finding too many connections, or at least ones that'll lead to a KO.
Recovery, beat out the recovery of Kyler Alice, but he's got plenty of movement. Doggo is evening up this damage because Kyler Alice was playing pretty wild on that. Doesn't hit the punish.
That's tough. Goes back to the platform.
Back off.
He just falls for a little while. Make sure that he's real low so he can be underneath Kyler. Gets away from that again, a side signature that he can't punish in time.
Big dare. Kyler Alice with the fake out weapon toss. Doggo thought he was going to go for the ground pound.
Nice.
D-Sig will lead to the knockout, but Doggo is on the back foot. He's bleeding out here.
A victory for Doggo here secures the grand finals reset, where you have to play another best of 5. Kyler Alice gets a W almost, and it does! It was almost looking like it didn't KO, but it does. And Kyler Alice, yet again, is your Australian 1v1 summer champion.
Kyler Alice doing it for the boys, doing it for the org, doing it for BFG, and he is crowned the champion, winning it 3-2 in the grand finals, denying the reset. You got to give props to Doggo, though, for taking it to game number 5, making that loser's bracket run over Dummy and getting that silver medal.
Yeah, Doggo's performance there was very admirable. I liked it, and I hope we get more from Doggo. I want to see Doggo in more grand finals. I look to the future, and I can see that Doggo will be in those grand finals more often. The Vortex is fantastic. I like the Fate that he played earlier, but I'm really liking the Vortex. His gauntlets were looking good. He was doing the gauntlet things that you should do as a gauntlet player. He was hunting for those strings that, I mean, at the end of the day are, they're not even a coin flip because it's worse than 50%. It's like drawing numbers out of a hat or a dice roll, really. But he was also doing Delight Nair recovery, and he nailed it right off the bat. He didn't have to hunt for that and then miss it a couple times before picking it up. He has that muscle memory down. He's able to force the situations where the Delight Nair recovery will be successful, and he executes on it.
And with that, unfortunately, it does mean, though, Kyler Alice is still going to be, he's going to be the champion in 1v1s and 2v2s. Well, unfortunate for Doggo because you were just building up Doggo's gauntlets. But either way, definitely excited to see more of Doggo in the future. Going to be going home with that silver medal. And then Dummy with that 3rd place finish. We'll see. They were 1, 2, 3 in PR, but in reverse order. And it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up in the future. But that's going to conclude the Australian portion of the Summer Championship. We've still got SEA in just a little bit. They're already playing their matches. And I think we're going to take a short little break. And when we come back, it will be Zip and Flambeau to bring that SEA. Is there anything else we have to say?
Thank you, Australia.
Thanks, Australia. Happy birthday, Sparky.
Thanks.
Bye.
The Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Vortex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Vortex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the Brawlhalla Summer Championships for Southeast Asia. It's me, your boy Zip Master Flex, and I'm here with the big homie.
The biggest homie. Don't mind if I call myself a homie. I'm the biggest homie. Flambeezy. Back
There
at
it
it again
is.
here. We here to kill it, man. I'm excited. You know, both me and you casted Southeast Asia. I believe that was last week when they did the 2v2s, and that was crazy. We had Dolan and Sire going off, Tiger doing all kinds of dirty stuff to people, and man, it was something to watch. So I'm just excited to see when it gets nice and personal.
Man, Dolan was the star of the show. Sire, see, you go back to last week with the 2v2s. Sire was actually the one dropping big damage, holding it together like glue. But Dolan stole the show with the big, wild plays. But that's 2v2s, and we're here for the 1v1s. And I'm excited to see what everybody's got. We already know Tiger is the guy that doesn't lose. And I mean, I don't want to say it, but you always watch because you want to see if somebody can take him out. But we'll see what happens here, man.
No, that's completely true. In fact, Tiger tweeted a few days ago when Dolan and Sire won in doubles. He tweeted, hey, like, I'm so happy to be able to give to someone else the joy of winning a tournament, even though, like, everyone looks at me as, like, kind of like the bad guy sometimes, because he gets it. Like, people want to see him fail. But also being able to watch somebody else succeed, he found great solace in that. Isn't that like the most perfect human being? Like, come on.
I actually saw that and I tweeted back at him and let him know, you know, you gotta get hyped whenever you beat somebody that is the man to take down. You know, it comes with being on the top, right? And he liked the comment. He's just a good guy, awesome player to watch. But the first match we're gonna have, we just looked at that bracket. The first match we're gonna have in winners finals is gonna be Tiger versus Vortex. Vortex actually put on a big time show last week too in the 2v2s.
And Vortex, I mean, also another player that was going crazy there. Now, granted, doesn't have quite the amount in earnings that Tiger has, but this matchup should be good. I mean, even taking a look at the legend picks, we have Vortex on the Val, a legend we've seen time and time again throughout this championship. And on the other end, the other big hitter, Koji, who we've seen more than our fair share of in this championship from other regions as well. So it's going to be a very standard meta pick going toe to toe. But Tiger, as you mentioned, the one to beat.
That's right, that's right. And I do love to see Koji. Also, he's got the awesome costume on. We're getting into this winners finals to kick this bad boy off. Such a cool character, such an awesome, hard to hit, quick damage racking up type character, but you know, it's got a glass jaw, an easy character to take out.
Yeah, no, that's the perfect way to put it. That glass jaw, indeed, just you crack him once and he's going to fall to shambles in pieces on the ground. He can be so hard to hit. And just look how quick his attacks come out, and that's a tribute to the amount of dexterity he has. But man, does it make it so hard being the person on the other end of that and trying to punish him.
Exactly. It's like, you know, you can take him out if you can touch him, but for some reason he's just moving around. He is the Flash. Trying to guard on the edge right now, was not able to complete the sequence to take the stock, but there's a lot of damage on Vortex right now, and Vortex is going to have to make something happen with these gauntlets. I like the combinations they're putting together, just not making hard enough reads on the dodges is what I'm seeing so far, but it's the beginning of the game, right? You can't go too hard. Got to feel them out.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. You really just kind of have to reset the same scenarios over and over and try to get a read off of your opponent's habits. Which way is he going every time I sidelight? Which way is he going every time I go for a neutral air? And then eventually you'll put it all together and you'll make something beautiful.
Yeah, and when people use it correctly, goodness gracious, the neutral actually going to take that stock, and that's one thing we weren't saying. That character right there is also got a glass jaw, so we got two featherweights out here on the board getting KO'd by basic stuff like that.
Yeah, and the good thing is, like, Koji definitely a little bit lighter on the board. Val on the other end actually has like a fair amount more thickness to her than Koji does. So then it's like, all right, Val should in theory be living a little bit longer, but Tiger, you know, seemingly making it feel like completely same happenstance here with the amount of damage he's able to get in there.
Yeah, Val isn't Jiro, right? But it's not the highest tier of defense. But right now, just gonna get some nice combinations put together. We've got a tied game, trying to guard on the edge. Very good read on the jump right before Vortex came up to attack. And Tiger's just racking it up right now. Look at that. Nice combination, but what in the world? Missed the down air and still was able to get a neutral, just racking up more and more damage. Off the side, what are we gonna get?
And I love the options that Vortex is going for here. Every time he has the gauntlets in hand and he goes for a neutral air, he has to make a choice of which direction am I going to send him? Am I going to send him off stage, or am I going to try to throw him back on stage for a combo? And you saw that time he was like, you know what? I think I want to take him off the stage and go for a bigger, riskier play.
Yeah, didn't really chase on it, didn't capitalize, but, you know, you put somebody off the edge, it kind of just gives you that time to relax and reassess neutral, right? Just what are we going to do after this? Even if you don't go for the chase, throwing them off the side is a good option.
Taking a look, I mean, Tiger, this second stock from both of these players, Vortex doing an immaculate job of hanging on as well, missing that conversion. That would have been death. Missed it a second time right there. Doesn't get the D-Light into recovery, and Vortex has to be hurting a little bit because he should be in the lead right now. Tiger, though, might be able to pull out an edge guard here.
Almost. After that gravity cancel D-Light, I was looking for a Sayer. That would have been the one to get that stock for for Vortex. But right now, it's just both players on the edge of death, and Tiger is going to be able to take the stock and take a lead. It's just going to be one touch. Just sneeze on him. He's out of here. Just can't really get touched too many times right now.
And Tiger with the drip. That bow is the cleanest thing I've ever seen. Vortex saying, stop looking at Tiger and look at me, because I want to be the star of the show here. As we wind down into the final stocks of game one, Vortex with superior positioning. Decent amount of damage, but needs to get back down to the ground.
Yeah, we're looking for it. You're making me look at that bow, man. It looks like it's got blades on the end. That thing is sick. But we're trying to see some sick combos, see if we can string it together and take this game. Vortex is going to want to really put these gauntlets to use in this last stock and maybe just steal it before Tiger gets to settle in and really get to work him in this neutral like he's doing right now.
Oh, that down air might have spelled death. Vortex.
Oh,
the air dodge up,
almost.
manages to sneak through. There's going to be a chance potentially for a comeback. Has a weapon now and pretty good positioning on the stage. Throws it away with that gravity cancel end light, but not a huge punish from Tiger. What a read! Vortex. This could be it for Tiger.
That's it!
He doesn't have enough.
He didn't have the dodge anymore. Didn't have the dodge anymore, and I guess he didn't realize one of his jumps were snatched, so he didn't really touch the ground before he got hit with that forward sig, and that is going to spell the game 1-0 going in the favor of Vortex. My goodness.
Yeah, and that's just the difference between Tiger not getting that edge guard or not, right? If
Yes.
Vortex hadn't gotten that chance to make it back on stage and grab those gauntlets, Tiger would not have even have been in that position. So Tiger's definitely probably like, wow, man, I kind of let him snatch one from me. I need to clean it up as we go into game 2. And I'm confident he can. He hasn't been the champion this long for nothing.
That's right. That's right. Tiger can definitely do it. Look, he's got the gold blade out, the chosen one. Going to go up against a fire hydrant in the hands of Val. But, I mean, got to give credit to Vortex. Vortex really did the thing to secure that game. Very solid play, right? Like, we've seen a lot of aggressive play tonight in the Australian region. A lot of high-risk plays. Tried to go for it there, here in SEA, but it didn't work out. But that first game was very calm and concise from both players.
No, and I have to agree. Even their weapon skins talk about the way they want to play their characters, right? The fire extinguisher in the hands of Vortex saying, I'm going to brute force my way with a blunt object to victory, whereas Tiger, you know, a little bit more calculated, a little bit more calm. You can even see it in the way that they're playing. Vortex is running forward, and he does not slow down.
Man, Vortex is piecing it up right now. He had a big-time health deficit, but really got their way back into this game. Nice unarmed challenge from Tiger to try to stay in this. Throws another one, doesn't get punished for it, and now we have an unarmed on the side of Vortex.
Here we go, Vortex waiting for the weapon. He gets the sword here. And the thing is, I feel like, you know, despite the fact that Tiger's the one playing Koji, you know, a legend that can kind of throw out more attacks more rapidly, I feel like Vortex has been probably throwing out more attacks than Tiger has this game.
I definitely agree. Vortex is being very, very aggressive. And that's, you know, that's one of the many strategies you can have against Koji, right? If you control neutral and you're the one throwing out all the buttons, they don't give him a chance to be swift and strike you to death. I mean, that's a good look. But still going to lose the first stock no matter how many buttons were thrown out in that first life. They're going to have to take this one quick.
And that's the kind of the disadvantage of when it gets to those high damage scenarios where either you or opponent can get KO'd. You can kind of feel like, I'm still the person throwing out attacks, and you try to wind back a little bit, but you can still find yourself getting caught. And that's what happened to Vortex there. But despite that, able to go ahead and secure that stock and bring the stock lead, or rather the stock count, back to even.
Man, Vortex tried to throw the weapon of steel, but Tiger was able to get it back right there. And there we go. Vortex able to get a weapon really, really fast. Nice way to secure and keep up this pressure. Tried to go for the gusto with the ground pound, but just a perfect dodge from Tiger to get his way out of that situation.
And you see, something like that is what shows you that Vortex is a tricky player. Everyone knows when you get hit by that nair right there, the jump down air is guaranteed, and a lot of players won't even be pressing the dodge button because they expect you to go for the guaranteed option. But Vortex went for that ground pound, tried to get a very sneaky early kill, but Tiger was rewarded for being aware.
Very, very aware. That was a hard defensive read, and that is going to lead to him having the lead big time right now. My goodness. And sitting on orange, I think this is actually the biggest lead we've seen in this set so far. Having just orange while you take a stock from the other. They've both been on hot red when they take a stock as of so far.
Here we go, Tiger. You know, saying, hey, I need to get myself a game on the board here, in a pretty good spot to go ahead and take it. But the Val Nutrisig coming out from Vortex, probably going to see quite a few more of those. Definitely her best sword sig and extremely hard to punish. And you combine that with the rest of the sword kit, the gravity cancel D-Light recovery becomes that much more potent of an option because you're waiting for that Nutrisig.
That's right. Very good pressure on the side of Vortex to get that stock out of there. But right now, eating that freebie damage before he can get back into the game. And I'm loving these neutral lights, right? Throw him down and make him guess the situation, but not really capitalizing. The SIG almost hit. That actually could have been game.
And this is how you can tell that Vortex is once again a kind of like ride or die type player, going for these gravity cancel D-lights, even though if he gets hit without his dodge, it can be extremely detrimental. But you can see when he just decides to go for the very confident play, it can definitely pan out as he just gets so many unanswered hits from Tiger. Tiger barely hung on in that game.
That was kind of crazy. I didn't see it happening like that. I actually thought Vortex was on a run and was going to be able to take that one, but Tiger, the mental fortitude, stood strong and was able to take that game. And look at that right there, scooped right under the bottom, stopped the edge guard on the replay from Tiger. And Tiger with the weapon toss. It's like it doesn't matter how much you take away from him. If you give him that small little inch, he's going to take a mile.
That's what makes him so scary, right? That's why he's been a top contender for so long. He does not tend to crack under pressure, and I think, you know, I don't think that's really a disputable fact. Just look at his trophy cabinet, you know, like it's pretty extensive. So I was like, all right, well, we kind of knew that, but it's a moment like that that really shows you the difference between, you know, losing and being down 2-0 or being 1-1. Oh,
went for the gusto, but able to touch the wall is Tiger, and Tiger fighting back. Man, how do you just have the confidence? I mean, I guess it's a do or die situation, but the way he approached that recovery was dizzle.
Oh, man, nah, you definitely said it right. I mean, boom, there goes one. Vortex feeling, I'd argue, quite a bit more comfortable on this stage, and that's kind of another thing about Small Enigma that can make the difference between like a good player and a great player is how comfortable they are maneuvering around a tri-platform layout. Really sets a cut above, you know, this stage for other people in comparison to other players.
That is actually a really big deal. I don't think people pay attention to that a lot in platform fighters. Man, you put those triple plats out there and you got to be a completely different type of player. It's a whole different type of game plan and movement across the map, right?
100%. You can dash one way and then dash off the corner, and you'll get a completely different momentum boost as a movement option that you just don't have on other stages. You combine that with a cheeky sig and you can really, really confuse people. But just like that, Tiger's able to respond back, has himself back in the game, has quite a bit of a damage deficit, but you know, once again, it's Koji. He's going to be able to shoot out those rapid attacks and rack up damage fairly quickly.
I'm liking that Vortex is deciding to stay away right now, trying to get the weapon, and what a quick snatch, able to get the weapon, right? Only took maybe 2 hits, and that's what you want to do. Like, he could have just fought unarmed, but sometimes you take too much damage, and that's too much of a risk, especially when you have a good lead like this.
Oh, wow, and gets
nice
some nice
catch
on the down air. Yeah, that's crazy because down air and neutral air from sword are one of those moves that you don't get punished for. You throw that out, you know it's pretty safe. But oh my gosh, Tiger just sudden switch of aggression there, catching me unaware, and Vortex dropping the potential KO right there with a D-Light recovery. Tiger meaning that he gets another chance to rack up some damage.
That was such a nice little combo to take that stock. Just caught him trying to leak back up on the stage. I think he was probably looking for maybe a jump Sayer, but he just caught him slipping. Caught him right there on the ground. Grounded. Oh my gosh! Tried to go for the aggressive, get you out of here quick. And that is kind of the things you want to do when you're playing somebody like Tiger with the comeback capabilities he has.
Yeah, but you know, in this scenario, already got him in the light yellow on his final stock. Vortex definitely has a decent chunk more life to this stock, I believe. I mean, Koji won't be able to KO with the SIG at this range. You know, we'll get him off stage, but won't be able to KO with a SIG. Maybe now if it's like a sword side SIG, but still, the bow down SIG, you kind of have to watch out for now because in the corner, it'll certainly KO now.
Very good movement. That little short hop right over the D-Light from Tiger. And Vortex is trying to close this bad boy out. The punishes are there every time. Punish right back from Tiger. We're going to get a weapon swap. Is that what you wanted? Okay. Wow. That was actually gorgeous. That was beautiful.
So now Tiger, you know, in a pretty good spot to try to bring this back. No weapon, weapon starved, potentially no, doesn't get that final hit. Vortex just goes for the ground pound. This could be so bad. Oh my gosh, Tiger.
And that's going to be the turnaround from Vortex.
Man, Tiger had, he was sniffing something out there. You could kind of see it. He was like, had Vortex off stage, clearly had superior positioning, and was making what seemed like the right decisions for a while up until one moment. And that's when Vortex just struck.
Man, that dodge, they just showed it on the replay again, man. That dodge was perfection. Pinpoint any sooner or any later, and you, sir, were a goner. Perfect. Kudos to Vortex for that defensive movement straight into the offensive KO.
But now we have a little bit of something different here, right? We have Brawlhalla, so got quite a bit of no room. You know, you guys got to get up close and personal on this stage if y'all trying to scrap. And on top of that, we have Tiger on the Brent.
Yeah, I like the Brent switch. I feel like this is the Tiger character, right? His Koji's very, very, very good, but when he switches to Brent, it's business. It's all business.
God.
Look at it. You know what I mean? I call it getting tinked up when you're getting hit by the axe consecutively.
100%.
You know what I mean? He's
wow.
getting tinked up. Oh, my gosh.
What do you do? Oh, my gosh. Perfect response. We're seeing perfect axe play, honestly, here. Tiger kind of getting unanswered here. And like the last thing he's been hit by in probably like the past 30 seconds. And I don't know, you keep playing like that, and that's going to be a really bad time for Vortex. I don't think Vortex was expecting this crazy axe. Tiger, he's doing great.
Yeah, it's the accuracy, man. It's the accuracy. It's just so on point. Look at that. I'm popping you. If you try to come through, I know when to move back. And just being so worried about it, Vortex got a touch and just backed off, didn't decide to go for anything, but beautiful pickup and even the game up while I'm talking, you know what I mean? I'm thinking Vortex is being shy, and Vortex went to the meet and greet and taught him how to get off the stage.
No, I'm saying, Vortex, I mean, staying ever resilient in their playstyle, always running first, always going for these hard, crazy reads, and sometimes, you know, finding great success.
That's right. I love how Tiger did an attack and didn't decide to spot dodge. He just dodged backwards, just dashed backwards and punished. And it just knew there was going to be no follow-up from Vortex. That is a read of all reads. The Sair into the weapon toss, that's going to be the end of that stock. That was quick work from this beautiful Bryn of Tigers.
And yeah, I gotta say, Tiger, if you had your back against the rope, right? You're down 2-1, and you're like, man, what is the decision I need to make to give me the highest chance of winning? I think that you definitely cashed out right here with this Bryn pick. I don't think this was a terrible pick by any means. This axe play is amazing, and you picked right, kid.
Yeah, definitely picked right. Chased him down, tried to hit the Sair. The neutral from Vortex is going to be a good look. Popped him, that was an aggressive recovery right there. Just got back on the stage, popped him straight in his mouth. My goodness. Trying to take this over, but going to lose the stock after doing some very, very good damage. Vortex is on the brink of death. Going to have to see what you can do. I like how you're trying to weapon starve him a little bit and try to get some damage. Don't let him get that axe back, or you're going to be looking at a problem.
Okay, and Vortex, you know, these are gauntlets. You get them off stage, it can go very poorly. You can already see Vortex going for the nair, saying, hey, if I can just get him below me, I can win the game right now, right? Always going for these cheeky, risky plays, even that read right there again. And that's what makes him so scary. But Tiger does find the anti-air in the D-Light and says, you know what? I'm not going to risk anything. Instead of going for this air, goes for the recovery to KO him off the top.
Yeah, put out the giant hitbox, right? Made sure it was broad enough. If you dodge up, if you dodge a little bit to the side diagonally, you're just not going to get out of the way of it. Perfect read from Tiger. Tiger with that throw off the side, man. It's always good to see a well-placed weapon throw, especially knowing that the person doesn't have a dodge. It's just high IQ play right there.
Yeah, and especially like you go for that D-Light, and a lot of people, I don't know, sometimes when you go for the recovery conversion, sometimes you don't get it true. Like sometimes it's like there's like a 1 dodge frame window, 2 dodge frame window, and you're like, dang, but the fact that the hitbox is so big, it covers wherever they dodge anyway, like you were saying earlier. So it's just like, it's such a good tool to have in your arsenal.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm just a rank boy myself, and that weapon itself just drives me absolutely insane. But it ain't about me. It's about Tiger and Vortex, and we're going in this next game, and they're both swinging, going hammer time to try to get this first stock and get an early lead.
Oh, Vortex, you know, still hunting, man. Like, I've never seen a player smell blood quite the way Vortex does. Just even stutter stepping with the movement to really try and get the spacing just right. You can see just how much their positioning on the map matters to them. And that's what makes these players so great, right? They're just so good at trying to take every little advantage they can to get ahead of their opponent. And in a moment like that, it pays off for Vortex.
Yeah, that was a beautiful sequence to take that stock. But, I mean, as you were saying about the movement, I try to tell people when they're learning this game, my brother thinks, like, you know, he's like, I don't understand how you can be very good at Brawlhalla because there's not too much in the game. It's all about movement. That's what this game is about. You know, there's small combos here and there, but when your movement turns into schmovement, that's when you become one of these tournament gods.
That's exactly facts, man. And people will go to the hyperbolic time chamber and just grind movement for hours. Like, it's one of those skills that is that important. And right there, we're gonna speak of the lack of movement from Vortex because unfortunately they weren't able to get back onto the stage there. But it's okay. They do have a little damage lead.
Yeah, got a little bit on there. The neutral is almost going to tie that bad boy up. But nice weapon toss. I'm liking the use of weapon throws from Vortex. Vortex has actually been doing that since game 1 and been pretty pinpoint on landing the throw and getting the weapon back. Look at it. Just back to back to back. And not really going to guard too tough. Tried to go for the gusto. Wasn't going to be able to land it. And now let's see if Tiger can turn this around because he's eating so much damage sitting on bright red.
That's the thing about Vortex. Vortex is the kind of player that's always going to go for that, but they always sneak it in at these what seems like inopportune moments that they always catch their opponent sleeping so they don't get punished for it.
Yeah, my goodness, the accuracy catch. I like how Vortex keeps doing that sig right after every knockdown, right? At first I was like, what is that? Is that like for a positioning or what are you doing? That's low-key a taunt.
You know, everyone got their little thing they got to do in between the stocks.
Right?
I'm wondering, man, because Vortex kind of has Tiger on the ropes here. I mean, up a full stock. Tiger probably needs an axe and like some of that pristine play we saw on that earlier game on Brawlhalla, or otherwise it's going to be curtain to them in the winner's side of bracket, and Vortex is going to have a guaranteed top 2 spot.
Well, we talked about the movement earlier, and obviously movement is a huge part of neutral, and I think that movement and neutral has been very dominant from Vortex this game. His weapon throws are controlling the spacing of where Tiger can really move, and here we go, getting some good damage. Wow, that hit from the backside. Tried to throw a sig out, but Vortex was smart enough to not step forwards into it. Waited, didn't really get a punish, but we're still moving around here, getting some good hits. The chase going down from Vortex, trying to close this bad boy out.
That's the thing about Crystal Temple, is that sometimes the movement on this stage can feel a little bit sticky because of how low the platforms are. And so just like that, you know, you can find, it seems like Tiger is almost stuck in the mud, you know, trying to get out, and Vortex is just capitalizing, seemingly more comfortable with the stage in general. Tiger almost throwing it all away right there, one hit away from almost certain death. Oh, maybe one more.
My goodness. And I talked about the sig being the taunt, but hits the actual taunt, the old disco dance, the V in front of the eyes, and now we're hitting the break dance. And my goodness, Vortex with some beautiful play going into the next round. That sends Vortex to grand finals. Am I wrong?
You are correct. That
Come on now.
Send Vortex
Ding,
to
ding,
grand. Wow, so you know, you were about to punch your ticket, man. We were talking about when is Tiger gonna lose, right? When is Tiger gonna lose? And right now in grand finals, Vortex is sitting in there, right? But to my knowledge, this wouldn't be the first time Tiger has gotten knocked out in winners finals, but I'm pretty sure he's come back to win the tournament every single time.
Every time.
Every single
Be it
time.
knocked
He said they're
down.
gonna do it again.
You know what I mean? Like, this is like, okay, wow, Tiger got sent to losers, but I mean, we got to see more. There's more to come. Somebody in the loser side already is going to have to take care of him, or he's going to have to go back to grand finals and see what Vortex is talking about again. If Vortex played a very good game, if they meet up again, you know, it could be either players. What was it? The last time I saw 1v1 Southeast Asia, that was when Dolan went head up and reset the bracket against Tiger. Am I incorrect?
That's correct, but Dolan just couldn't seal the deal.
Couldn't seal the deal. In the reset, it was 3-1.
They've gotten close, but they can't seal the deal. And speaking
Speaking
of
Dolan.
Yeah, here he is, the Orion man himself, pulling up with the rocket lance and all of the swag, here to play up against Holix, power ranked 8 in the region, who's also a fiend in his own right, going crazy. I mean, 3.8K in earnings, not too shabby in comparison to the 5 that Dolan's made.
Hey, man, give me some of that. That's all I'm saying.
Please.
You know what I mean? You can go ahead and hit my PayPal up, guys. Don't worry about it. But anyway, we are going to be selecting stages right now. It looks like the Vector pick is back in action coming from Dolan, and I am actually excited because his Vector was going kind of sick last week in 2s.
Yeah, man, no, I really love the Dolan Vector, and I'm so happy just to see people using that character. And I even remember last time we saw the Dolan Vector, it went for the down sig, the forbidden move, the bombs across the field. Like, I was like, oh, so not only do you play Vector, but you trying to swag out on people with Vector. So let me see it, because I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I want to see it in 1s, right? Because in 2s, it was kind of like, there was so much going on with Sire that he was able to catch a lot of neutral sigs and things like that on the sneak, and catch people slipping trying to dodge Sire. But let's see what happens in the 1s.
And you see it's going to be starting off to be a little bit slower of a game. They're just jumping around each other. Ain't nobody throwing out a hitbox. I can't even tell this reality. Holix is he's just jumping around. Woo, doing some jumping jacks. 1, 2. Oh, there we go. He's in there. Almost hit him with the buckle my shoe, but got out of there.
The buckle my shoe. I had absolutely no idea that was a real match. I don't know what was going on with that one, but we're in it now. They're finally throwing bows. Holix was just feeling out the movement, I guess, right? Let me see what Dolan does if I just hop around for a little bit. And Dolan didn't do nothing about it. Got the bow in hand, and this is the one that I wanted to see, right? We know he can play the rocket lance, but what is that bow talking about?
Yeah, Holix was just triangle jumping with the movement like Marvel, you know, looking like Magneto, just triangle jumping around the screen. But hold on, just as I say that, I mean, Dolan actually managing to find this neutral air on the left side of the screen, getting these juggles, and that's what makes the bow such a scary weapon, right? It's just like, man, at any moment it can just sneak up on you, scoop you with that neutral air, and it's so hard to land. Beautiful down air.
Beautiful down there with a weapon toss, and that should be hit. Wow, I thought he was going to go for the ground pound. There was no other option. It was a guarantee.
That was so sneaky. I didn't even think the option. I thought he was gonna go for the falling side air. That's the other checkmate option you can go for, or you can go for the down air like he did. But you have to time the fastball, and that's the tricky part about it that he missed in that scenario. But still in a good spot. Gets a neutral air. One more will certainly KO, and a D-light into a neutral air is a guaranteed true conversion because there is so much stun on that D-light.
Yeah, that was super nice. Off the gravity cancel, mind you, and there's another gravity cancel for your troubles, but still not enough. You're going to allow Dolan to get some damage here. Holix has got to get this stock off. I say it a lot. You can't let people take that stock and rack you up to red. You've got to get it early.
Oh, well, this could be a huge throw
my
from that
goodness.
stock. Yeah, that's a big mistake from Dolan there. Just, I don't know, flying a little bit too close to the sun, I suppose, or something with the movement. Was trying to get tricky off stage and just kind of fumbled the bag, and that just gave Holix kind of a very easy intro back into this game.
That's right. It definitely was trying to be tricky with the movement. Tricked himself up. Being really tricky with the movement once again. And it's trying to take the stock. Another ground pound. Dolan, you sick man. How? Oh, my God.
Pound! 4 ground pounds. Hit him with the tres leches cake and said, oh, wait, there's more.
That was beautiful, man. I'm telling you, the more I watch Dolan, the bigger of a fan I become. I think I've expressed that Doggo is one of my favorite players, but Dolan's working his way up that ladder.
Oh my God, that is crazy. Oh man, it doesn't get that beautiful every day of the week right there. Pinpoint accuracy from Dolan. I'm still kind of stuck in the play, but we have to move on as Holix kind of grasping for his last breath, saying, I am trying to hang on right now, right? I'm going to see if I can keep myself in this game. I'm going to do it one stock at a time, getting some good hits. This can potentially lead to a KO here. The weapon throw gets rid of the dodge, just needs to line up the edge guard and gets the recovery, which is going to give Dolan a chance to get back on the stage.
Yeah, he got back out there, and now he's just piecing it all together. The puzzle's almost complete. Okay, gravity cancel going to get the uppercut clean up that stock, but you're so hurt. What can you do? The axe can rack this up really quick, but just don't let Dolan catch you in one of the cheeky reads. Caught him trying to run backwards. Sig dug the grave, put him in there, and game 1 going to the vector of Dolan.
And Dolan's filthy for that last side tig, because anyone who's ever played against a Vector knows that that side tig always goes just like a little bit further than you think it should, and then you just get caught. And like, he didn't use it at all pretty much the entire game, and then at the very end was like, hey, let me jump check you real quick with this one. Do you know how far this goes? And the answer was no, but also doing it in a great spot where even if he tried to dash back, he was going to run out of stage. So just great placement overall.
Yeah, he's going to run out of stage, and you know Vector kind of like moves forwards when he does the sig, right? And he comes from over the top. So even if you jump, you kind of get wrapped up in the vortex of Vector whenever he does that move. But yeah, so we're going to go into the next game. Sticking with the same characters, nobody switching. You know, I was talking about this on Twitter the other day. I was so confused. I mean, I know it's like I knew this, but I was so confused when I saw winner switch characters, because in most of the games I don't see that. What do you think is the reason why they've chosen to let people do that in Brawlhalla?
You know, I think it's because the game is just, it speaks to how well it's balanced, right? It's the confidence of the fact that that swap is not going to be the difference between a good player and a great player winning. You know, it's like if you make that choice, you're saying for yourself that you're confident enough that whatever decision you're making is for the better, and it should show in your gameplay.
I agree, right? Because most of the time when you're able to do that, my goodness, we're just having this nice little conversation. Play that funky music. It takes that stock. Holix is coming in here swinging with a beautiful game to kick this off. But as I was saying, you know, most of the time is to allow the second player to counterpick. But in a game where you get 2 weapons, you can't really counterpick like that. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be as strong as it is in other type of fighters. This game is the only one that I can think of that makes sense to allow you to switch characters as the winner. And here we are. Beautiful, beautiful sequence from Dolan to take the stock, taunt right back at him. My man Holix played the funky music, and Dolan just said, thumbs up. Hey, good luck, bro. GG's.
No, honestly, though, just nonchalant with it is like always has to do the cool thing. Okay, we get it, you know, but Holix, you know, likes a little bit more flair, and I'm all about it. Getting kind of the dance around Dolan. Dolan finally sneaking a hit in there, but Holix's movement really tricky on the ground, kind of ice skating around the ring.
Yes, sir. But, you know, that rocket lance is definitely flying around at the speed of sound. Chase this man down. Here we go. Okay, putting it into the sequence. Tried to catch the neutral sig. Not going to work out. And just being really cautious about how you approach. Dolan is kind of eating a lot of damage here. And there it is. The downlight coming out of Holix with the Sair to back it up. Trying to take the stock out. Not going to be able to get it. And Dolan's back on the board. Rocket lance once again.
Okay, but Holix has a pretty good array of SIGs that he won't need to use, I guess, to go ahead and secure that last stock, because he manages to do so with just like a well-placed weapon throw, and sometimes it is just that easy. You see them burn their dodge early, especially because, you know, sometimes people will use it immediately so they can get it a second time while they're recovering. If they go for that and you just snipe them with a weapon throw, that's all it really takes. They won't be able to get back from that far away.
Oh, man. Yeah, these guys are taunting each other to death. My goodness, I was not expecting that, and neither was Holix. But Holix right back at him, put together a sequence, and wasn't able to get more damage off that. I actually wanted to see more come off that, just to keep that combo alive.
That's the crazy thing, too, because he went for the double D-Light, which, like, all right, isn't all that crazy. But, oh, weapon throws. It can be that easy. It can be that easy, right? You saw it right there. Weapon throws paying dividends there, especially with the rocket lance. The hitbox is so big. Look how chonky that boy is, right? And you got to dodge that entire thing with your character model. And so just by reusing... Oh,
that was almost the game for Holix, but Dolan putting together the... Woo! He got kind of dirty with that one. He got kind of sick with that one. I like it. Racked up some big time damage into the neutral sig. Get him out of here. He said, I'm the Undertaker. Dug the hole, man. Oh my God. That was sick.
I hate it because I love it. Like, it bothers me. It actually bothers me because I'm like, I watch it and I'm like, oh, Dolan, you're so like filthy for that. but I'm also just like, I hate the fact that you went for it. It's so good, but I hate it. but I love it. But I love it.
Man, I feel you on that. I feel you. Look at these stats. Damage dealt. We got 500 on the side of him. Man, they moved a little quick. We got into the game too fast, right? But those stats would have meant a lot if I could have read them. Let's get into this next game. We got the bow in the hand of Dolan. Looking good. Gonna take the next weapon and keep it out of the hands of Holix. Let's see if we're gonna rack up some big time damage to start this round out.
Okay, and Holix, oof. I like that conversion, going for the sliding grounded Sair there to go ahead and get a conversion. And the Axe looking amazing out the gate right now. Dolan trying to get a little bit of counterattack here, finds two, goes for the filthy move once again. It gets it. Oh, man. It can go so much further than you think it does. But it's a plane, baby. It's a rocket ship.
All right. But, I mean, you know, we keep talking about that Lance. The Lance has been like the KO weapon, but he's racking up big damage with this bow. Look at this control. AA Central.
Just the stutter step like 50 million times, then to try to go for a D like he was like the best blow player in the world. I was like, all right, bro.
Oh, my goodness. The weapon throw is not going to be enough to stop that neutral from the bow. KO on the side of Dolan, and we got a good lead here. Going to try to rack some damage up with this good old Rocket Lance. And we got a Spear, Sair, good to go. That's exactly what you needed, Holix, to keep yourself in this game before you took too much damage. You know, I'm liking like the showmanship from these two right now. They're really, really talking to each other with their character movement.
And here we go, man. I mean, Dolan seemingly having a pretty good time. There we go. Ooh, skating on him again with the left-right movement saying, check out my footsies. And I mean, Holix just kind of looking at him like, aight, right? Nothing really has happened from the interaction, but now Dolan just kind of speeding things up a little bit, finding several unanswered hits, goes for a cheeky down tick there with a pretty safe read, all things considered, and manages to get out maybe on top.
I ain't gonna lie, man. You said it was pretty safe. It was kind of looking real dangerous to me. I thought it was going to be the end of his days on yellow. Then he got caught by one more D-Light? I don't know, bruh.
You know, he liked to dance with the devil a little bit. I mean, Dolan just, wow, completely outplaying him in movement right there. Like, just really broke his ankles, moved left to the right, hit the dash back, hit the D-Light. It was all but a flash in the eyes of Holix because of how smooth he was with it. But even with that said, oh, if he had done the downer the other way, but now Dolan gets the reversal. That's big money. That's big money. That's not a GameStop trade, you know. Because if that was a GameStop trade, you would have been the one who came out with less. But, you know, at least for Dolan there, that's as good as it can get, right? One for one, I'm up one. That's game. Bet.
Give it up for the man Flambo. That's not a GameStop trade, but also give it up for Dolan. Last week, he actually did that in twos. He did the same thing he just did to close that. He had went down into the deep depths and landed the final blow into the fall on the back, pull out the daisy taunt. He's got that in his arsenal. He did this exact same thing last week.
And the thing is I gotta have respect for someone who sets a goal and then immediately achieves it, right? Was looking at Dolan's Twitter saying, I'm aiming for top 3 this weekend, right? Where are we right now? We're in the losers finals. That means, said, I'm gonna get top 3, got top 3. You already did what you came here to do, right? And now this means you can play with no worries because you're like, I said I was gonna do this, I did it. Now I'm gonna just play like my life is on the line, you know? And just have fun with it.
You know what, man? He said he could play with no worries. Dolan out here with the Hakuna Matata, and he's going to have to put everything he's got into this next match. Going up against the Koji. Yeah, what a wonderful phrase, man. What a wonderful phrase, and what a wonderful matchup. Two of the best we have in this region going head-to-head, and not in grand finals. The headliners of this region. They're going to get against each other in losers finals. But this is still going to be a big one and a great one for everybody to watch.
And I'm just like, at this point, you know, if Dolan wins, one, it'll be huge because it'll be the first time he would have knocked Tiger out of the tournament, right? He's beaten him before, but he's never knocked him out of the tournament. But then on the other end, it'll be huge because then it would mean Tiger didn't win a tournament, and that's his whole thing. On one end, right? Like, didn't do it in twos. Is it also going to be the same tournament for ones as well?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be big on either side of the spectrum. If Tiger wins and he goes on to win the tournament, it's huge because he keeps his amazing run alive. But, like you said, if Dolan ends up winning after getting set back big time in this match, then it would be amazing for him to take that first put out of Tiger in a tournament. But Tiger is just showing why he's the man in his position by putting a lot of damage onto the second stock while not even touching red on the first one.
And here we go. I mean, so far, Tiger looking like completely in control of the match so far. The neutral going in his favor, using the quick, agile, nimble moves of the sword to just check Dolan at every potential opportunity. And Dolan's having a really tough time responding.
Really tough time, but it's looking a little better than it was right now. Just barely dipped under that bow toss and just wasn't even afraid to go back to the stage with the rocket lance sitting right there. I'm kind of scared of that weapon, but Tiger's been here and done it before.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Dolan, boom, there we go, manages to find a recovery, finally finding a moment to go ahead and secure the first stock of Tiger. But this match has been a little bit more slowly paced, right? Dolan's picking and choosing when he wants to attack a little bit more because he knows just how heavily Tiger can punish him, and he respects that.
Yeah, got to put some respect on this man's name. Oh, tried to hit him with the SIG. Nice movement from Dolan to not get KO'd by that. Almost put together a beautiful sequence. If he could have landed that Sayer or went for a down air, then he could have put something big together, but it's going to end up losing the stock quick, fast from the beautiful execution of Tiger.
And that was just like a great, you know, like option selects. You know, it's just like Tiger says, hey, I'm going to put you in this position, and I'm just going to do the thing that if in this scenario you do one thing, fine, I win. And if in this other scenario you do this exact same thing and I still win, and that's what that side sig was, right? It didn't hit, didn't get punished, still had positioning. Just said, no matter what, I will come out on top. And now Tiger just continuing to make calculated plays like that to secure such lead for himself, you know, has Dolan on the ropes in this first game.
So much control going on right now. This is amazing. This is a spectacle. This is what you want to see from high-level players, right? Especially when you're supposed to be the cream of the crop. This guy is just showing why he's the man with the master plan. Look at that. Every single move was calculated. Every chase was pinpoint. Just not even allowing. Dolan came off of a game where Dolan was looking unstoppable, and then you come in here and you just get completely wrangled and just taken into the stables.
And the thing about Tiger that makes him so scary is that he will pick good options in good positions often. And it'll always be options where he'll maximize the most he can get while also getting a very minimal punish in return, right? He'll throw you in the corner, go for this side sig, and, you know, if he hits you, you're dead. If he misses, well, you know what? It doesn't really matter because you were off stage when I went for this side sig anyway, so you're not in a good position to punish me from. And that's how he maximizes in scenarios where he keeps forcing that position on people over and over.
And I like that you say that, and then I want to go even further because you spoke on he does things off the edge, right? That big they can turn into a big play, but if he misses, can't really punish him. He does that in the middle of the stage too. He's just a really hard guy to hit. He's just so good with the movement and the placement of his attacks.
I mean, did you see how he managed to dodge 2 Sayers from Dolan, right? And they were pretty well-placed Sayers, I'd say, and then somehow managed to find a way to sneak before the third comes around and get a neutral light onto Dolan. Like, it's decisions like those where it's like, man, like he's really, really maximizing his use of the stage.
Exactly, exactly. And we didn't even talk about the fact that Dolan switched characters, went for the Gusto with the neutral sig, not going to land, but he is now Orion, his main, the real deal Holyfield, trying to use this spear instead of the bow to see what he can do to get this game rolling. He hasn't touched the rocket lance yet, tossed away the weapon, and now we're at his, this is a home, right? This is what he loves to use. He's best with this. Let's see what he can do to try to take this stock first, but right now Tiger kind of terrorizing. Beautiful recovery. It's kind of tough when you're on the edge to get on the stage with that rocket lance, and I say it every single time I'm on the mic with this guy playing. He is the best at recovering with the rocket lance.
And that's what makes it so tough too, right? I'm pretty sure the last time that Dolan was able to find victory here, it was with this legend, and because you can do cheeky stuff like that, right? We were talking about how this game was about movement. Did you see the way he zoomed off of that platform and started charging a sig, letting it go before Tiger was even able to recognize what happened? That's what movement, especially platform movement, is useful for.
Yeah, that's one of the highest execution things in this game, right? When you do a slide off of the plat and turn around at the same time, right? And know when to release. That's some beautiful execution coming off the side of Dolan.
Here we go. I mean, Dolan actually getting a pretty good lead, but that's why the sword and especially Koji is so useful. Just the ability to throw out so many attacks and cover yourself. It can make it tough. Dolan thought he had to punish there.
Man, without doing anything, Tiger is guarding the edge so well that Dolan has almost exhausted all his exclamation marks every time he's touched that side wall. What a Sayer, and it's still going. He dunked him! Yes, sir! I love it. Clyde Drexler put him into the deep depths with that long-range dunk.
And that was a perfect play from Dolan right there. He read far into the future, and it totally showed from the way he was able to finesse that situation. You could tell from the moment he got the side light to send Tiger off stage, he went for an immediate gravity cancel D-light because he knew he was off stage, and if he had gone for the D-light, he would have done a down air by accident because he would have been off stage.
Man, this is a dominant performance after kind of getting, you know, controlled to a T in game one. To come into this game and play this clean and have this big of a lead, you have to feel good about yourself.
And here we go. I mean, Dolan, you know, saying, hey, the Orion is probably the pick here, right? I mean, you're up in entire stock. You have a lap in damage. You're looking pretty good. You should be able to get this game if you're Dolan here, and that's definitely a hell of a way to do it.
Yo, that was definitely the one. Slid off Clyde Drexler to him again and dunked the mess out of him. And for you youngsters, guys, in case you guys don't know who Clyde Drexler is, you go back and you go look at some NBA history, and he was one of the best dunkers the league has ever seen at his time. And right now, Dolan is showing the world that he's one of the best dunkers in Brawlhalla with that dunk right there on the highlight reel, right back into another one, puts the daisy on the chest. I'm sleep.
Sleep, you know, get some extra C's on it. I'm sleep, right? Definitely, you know, took a breather with that one, took a little nap at the end of that game to reward himself for being able to get not one, but two dunks onto the best player Southeast Asia has ever known, and bringing the set count to 1-1.
I know that's right, man.
Or
you
game
talk about
count,
hitting the game count, yeah, exactly. But I mean, set count, game count, either way it goes, man, you got it. But I was gonna say, you know, he landed 2 of those on the best player that this region has, and that makes me, and I hope a lot of people in the chat, feel a lot better, because I get slam dunked a lot by that move when I'm playing this game. So to see somebody 40 times better than me get hit by it, you know, hey, it's all good, man. Everybody bleeds, right?
Yeah, that's just facts, man. It's just Space Jam, man. Come on and slam. You know, you gotta really make sure that you're ready. And Dolan, you know, looking pretty happy. I mean, the way he played that last game was phenomenal, right? He was able to not only win, but win convincingly, and that's exactly the kind of ego boost you need when you're down a game.
That's for sure. That is for sure. And it's also got to make you feel good that you made him switch characters, right? You made him go to the big guns. Made him go to the brain. And look at the combo he put together right there. What a sequence from Dolan. And he was on the edge. He was the one trying to fight back. And he's going to be the one leading the game, almost getting the stock. And the Seer is there. My man Dolan still in big time control, taking that momentum from game 2.
You talking about risky plays, bro. Dolan just cashed out on some of the riskiest play I've ever seen. Going for that neutral air and then gravity canceling for that Rocket Lance N-Sig while he was off stage, potentially putting him in a position to get edge guarded heavily, was a crazy play to make. But somehow he got rewarded for it, and that's why going hard or going home can really make the difference sometimes. Take a look at that.
My God, that was such a hard read. Are you kidding me?
And man, if you're can read in that day, you know, if you are LeVar Burton, if you are just having the time of your life that day, it's gonna be the easiest book you ever read.
Oh my goodness, he's definitely not Floyd Mayweather because he's reading really well right there. Here we go, gonna try to get this stuff. Oh my gosh.
50 really have to do him like that?
That was uncalled for. I feel like 50 right now. But well, right now, we're trying to see who can get this stock off. Tiger is really going to have to get rid of this one if he wants to mount a comeback in this game. Not to say it's going to be insurmountable if Dolan gets this stock first, but that's just not where you want to be as a player. Here we go, jumping around, trying to land this touch. Both of them being really careful. Oof. And, trying to go for the helicopter with the ground pound. No good. And Tiger going to land the hit. Now, this is the moment of truth. Tiger's got to rack up some damage here and just even up this game as much as possible. It's okay if you lose this stock early, but kind of try to get him to orange, something like that, where it looks a little bit more fair and doesn't, it'll get into your mental if you're down big. Just keep yourself in the game.
And if you're Dolan, wow, that spot dodge was crazy. You're just looking for the one hit, right? And he finds it with that Sayer from the Rocket Lance, and now you can see he's starting to get really cocky on the field with the way he's moving, and Tiger might be letting it get to him a little bit. Is today going to be the day where Tiger finally doesn't come out with the crown? I mean, got to do it a game at a time, but Dolan's feeling confident.
Yeah, Dolan is definitely feeling confident. I was wondering, one of the big things I was wondering is if Dolan was going to come into this set with the tomfoolery, the joking around that we had in the set before. And in game one, you kind of didn't see it like that, right? Got really controlled, wasn't playing around, wasn't taunting like that. But once it got game two, what a gravity cancel punish. Are you serious? But yeah, we're seeing it. We're seeing the jokes. We're seeing the games. Because when you're playing like this, you can put on a show like Dolan's doing. We got 2-1 on the board.
Man, what an option as well, I don't know if he even meant to go for the neutral light or if he wanted to go for the D light, because if he went for the neutral light, he was thinking, all right, I'm going to put out a hitbox here that actually lasts like a decent amount of time so you can run into it. Or alternatively, if he goes for the D light, he can say, all right, I know exactly where you're going to be and I'm going to combo into the ground pound afterward. And I like his cheeky option choice. I think it paid off well for him there.
Man, if that was any other player, I'd say they weren't trying to do that, right? The gravity cancel neutral, right? But it's Dolan, man. I think he did that on purpose. He was like, I kind of got the game. I'm going to hit him with this nonsense real quick and then make him recover again. That's what I'm assuming.
Because sometimes, it's just the first thing you can think of for that situation, and it's going to work, right? You really like that. You just it's going to work, and at the worst case scenario, you're going to be in a favorable position still. So you just go for it.
Oh, no, man. See, you'd be a technical. I think Dolan was just like, no, I'm going to make you recover again. I'm just going to make you go back out there, and I'm still going to kill you.
I mean, just like that, the way Dolan's been playing these past few games, it's been tough for Tiger. Sure, Tiger finds a couple hits here, unharmed even, but it's been kind of a slow burn at Tiger this entire time here, slowly being whittled away, and then Dolan just steadily building a lead and just closing it out.
I like what Tiger's doing right here, and I do like switching back. Because Bren, both characters got kind of dominated in the same fashion, but why not go for that speed? Because Dolan's playing kind of wild and reckless. What a combo. Just put it all together, recognize that he would burn the dodge, and put it together. But, both characters got treated the same way. Why not just go, okay, let me match your intensity with the faster character instead of trying to slap you out the gym. Man, my goodness, Dolan is being really, really on point, on cue with some of these punishes. Being able to recognize that the dodges are burnt and putting together nice combos that you don't see every day. These are not household combos.
And I gotta say, man, with each new legend that drops, right, they get crazier and crazier signature effects, right? But there's something so perfect and simple about the Orion neutral sig that, like, I still think it's one of the best, man, in terms of just, like, how satisfying it feels to hit. They nailed it on that one. That's an A+, baby.
I agree, right? Turns that cannon, turns that that lance around and shoots the cannon. Hits him with the good old blast. There's actually a few of the 6, but there we go. Gonna land the D-Light from Koji, trying to get him out of here. Tiger just is being real cautious about how he wants to approach this edge. I mean, because Dolan's been able to turn a lot of these situations around. Beautiful, beautiful way to land the neutral and get that stock. Didn't take too much damage. That's how you do it, right? No overextension, didn't take a lot of damage. Just caught some nice pinpoint buttons and even the game up.
There we go. This one a little bit closer than the last few games, and if I'm Dolan, that's not what I want, because you want to just close it out here, right? You've been in this scenario before where you think you're going to win against Tiger, and then you aren't the one who comes out on top, and so definitely saying, come on, I just got to fix this. I got to close it out. I got to just fix up my gameplay and close it out right now, and I'm like, you might be getting in your own head a little bit. Might make this go to a game 5 if you think it's over too quick.
Definitely don't want this to go to game 5. I don't know what Tiger did in between games, but this is way better gameplay coming out of Tiger's side. Just so smooth and on point. Lined it up, pulled one out the quiver and popped him in his chest. Bullseye, baby. And we got a lead from Tiger when Tiger was down. Such a well-controlled second stock.
We were talking before about how Tiger, you know, will go for those, like, safe hard reads, right? Goes for that side sig there, but I will say it was even so much more in his favor because the side light that he hit Dolan with before disarmed Dolan, so then he became unarmed and he's like, what are you gonna punch this with?
Exactly. And I'll tell you right now, I know you saw that, but if Tiger was able to see that, that is remarkable, right? You see that in the moment, to see that he lost the weapon, so you choose to do a sig. That would be amazing, and I would love to see him, you know, kind of shed some light on that to see if that was the case.
Because Dolan definitely, you know, it's struggling, right? You know, one hit away, you know, probably a D-Light recovery, maybe just nair him to death. Death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, and that N-Light
exactly should.
Not quite. Maybe a weapon throw. What's he going to do down air? No, he's just going to bide his time. Tries to go for a delayed edge guard, and it doesn't quite work out. But Dolan, wow, you're crazy. You're back
that
against
was
the
definitely
ropes.
the game if he missed that.
But he'll take the trade. He'll take it.
Oh, man. So I was watching a beautiful game from Tiger, and we're going to tie this setup 2-2. But I was watching the dev stream the other day, and Foda was talking about babysitting, right? You come out on the edge with somebody, and you don't make a play, but you move around so much that they're worried about how to recover themselves. That's literally how Tiger played that whole game. Never came off the side and did anything. Just hovered around him, scared him to death, and would get him when he tried to get back on the stage. Beautiful, beautiful babysitting.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the damage done, right? Like, you have 354 from Dolan, and then on the other side, you got Tiger, you know, quite a bit higher than you there. So then it's like, man, like, not only did you, like, lose, you were getting, like, beat up, you know? Like, it was bad. There was, like, a mugging, and, like, everyone graduated from high school and they're like 35 now and working full-time jobs and they have family and they're still thinking about that moment. Like, that's how bad, you know? You don't want to be that guy.
Oh my goodness. He hit him with the, if he dies, he dies. Oh my goodness.
Man.
And here we go. Another good start coming out from Tiger, using the movement, the dexterity of Koji, landing some good hits. Finally misses one, and Dolan could have created something off of that, but decided to wait and see what Koji was going to do. And now here he is, getting babysat off the edge, trying to recover, trying to see what he needs to do.
Oof. Beautiful neutral light coming out right there from Tiger. Beautiful use of the anti-air, and Dolan, I mean, falling behind pretty early on this game. I feel like it's been a little bit more fast-paced for a start in comparison to the past few games we've seen, and Tiger almost blazing ahead here, looking just for that one final blow-off stage to potentially seal the deal. But if Dolan can sneak back onto the stage, might have a chance to go ahead and mitigate some of this damage.
Yeah, he's got the spear, and he's definitely going to need to get back on the stage. That was such a nice jump neutral light. But you're going to have to get something going here and not die early with this spear. Wow! Short hop, popped him in the top of the noggin, sent him down into the deep depths. And he just wasn't able to get back on the stage, man. The presence right there on that corner is just too strong. Just too strong.
And if you're Dolan here, you know, I'm a little bit nervous, right? Once again, you've come so close. You've done it before. You know you can do it again. But is today going to be the day? You've seen yourself in a position where, you know, you could have been so close to just closing it out right there, but still always having the gall to go for these crazy plays off stage, right? You're down an entire stock, and you say, I'm going to go ahead and edge guard with the Rocket Lance, and that confidence it's what makes Dolan such a good player.
That's definitely what makes Dolan such a good player, because Dolan has the confidence to make those kind of plays and really is one of the best at executing those type of plays, right? A lot of people go for those kind of things and you kind of whiff, you barely miss, you miss timing and allow the person to dodge through. It's just hard to get people in these moments. And Dolan knows, like, hey man, I'm coming out there and I'm gonna get this job done.
And the thing about Brawlhalla, right, is that, like, despite the fact that, you know, these hitboxes are pretty large for majority of things, the movement makes it so hard to hit people sometimes, right? You have to be pinpoint accurate to make sure that your attack is going to land, and Dolan's able to do that off stage with immaculate accuracy. But even with that said, you know, this game is as close as it's been, and Dolan in a pretty bad spot in the corner. Tiger just kind of lets him come in, but immediately fights for that space back with a bow recovery, and Dolan gets the weapon spawn of the gods.
Yeah, that was kind of lucky right there to get that thing to fall right there. But one thing, even though we saw the highlight come out from Dolan to take that first stock, Dolan's actually been kind of chill and reserved this match and playing more neutral base, kind of relaxed. That was a nice weapon toss into the ground pound. Nice with the gravity cancel, but it's going to allow Tiger to get an extra jump. He's going to make it back and got his dodge back also. Was going to be able to take that stock.
Oh my God.
Both of these guys fishing for
Holy
the
cow.
one. Ooh, this is Dragon Ball right now. Finally lands the hit, and Dolan's going to get Krillined off the side of the stage.
And honestly, if you're Dolan, you can't feel too bad about that, because that stock, you started pretty far behind before, and you were able to sneak past some scenarios, make it back on stage, and essentially tie the damage. If you can just get that final blow here, you'll have yourself a tie game, and that's exactly what you want. Don't let Tiger get too far ahead.
Yeah, can't let him get too far ahead. I really feel bad for him about that weapon throw, not able to get his weapon back, but finally going to get a weapon again. We're not going to see too much spear play in this game. Tried to get that, but the spacing from Tiger was perfect, and here we go. We're in the final bit of this set. Who is going to be moving forwards to go holla at Vortex in Grand Finals?
And that's the thing that's so scary about this set, is that no matter what happens, history is going to be made here one way or the other, and that's like extremely exciting to think about. But also, which way will the pages of history decide to turn? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this game, you know, I was looking right there. Was Tiger going to switch it up and try to come out there and talk to him on the edge? Or is he going to stick to the middle of the stage? Tiger's going to decide to play neutral in the mid. Knows he's dominating it. Dolan really trying to figure out what to do. I like it. Popped him with the weapon. Here we go, trying to put it together. But the beautiful retaliation with the neutral. Oh my goodness, that's not it.
One more chance.
Tiger is right here on the cusp of victory. Dolan is fighting for his life out here. All right, he's about to have the exclamation. 2. Gets back on stage.
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
He can only take one more of those. Oh my God, the weapon throw. He messed up his own combo. Oh, he goes for the hardest read. Oh,
that was the hardest of reads.
Live by it or die by it, though, because that is the one dodge that's like extremely annoying to cover as Spear. You can really only cover it by jump and gravity canceling and seeing where they go. The only other option you can do there is jumping, feigning that you're going to go for a D-Light, and then just going for recovery, and it'll cover a good amount. So, like, I get it. I understand why you'd go for that. You think, what would I do if I was in this scenario? I would probably dodge for the hardest thing to cover, right? And he said, that's what I'm going to go for because I want to win. And he just couldn't get it. That's, man.
Man,
That's a champion.
They
That's a
just
champion.
rolled that replay right there. Great job, Dolan. But Tiger, we gotta remember, if you take a look at that, Tiger didn't dodge. He didn't dodge. He just fell down to the ground, and Dolan went up to read a dodge upwards, and Tiger just fell to the ground and punished him for throwing out that hard read. To sit there and not dodge in a situation like that, my goodness, that is cojones.
Yeah, no, honestly, right? Because it's like you are really waiting for that cue of the like flashing white from the iframes for you to react to do something, and you just said, well, what if I just didn't show you that visual cue? And you're like, damn, I didn't think of that. You know, it's like, man.
Set him up, took him out, and now here we are in grand finals with the rematch of Tiger versus Vortex. And right now, Tiger is the one on the back foot. Gonna have to win 2 sets to take this tournament. Vortex in a beautiful position of winner side grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be, you know, a tough one for Vortex because, I mean, once again, going to get so close to dethroning the threat of history and time. But on the other end, you know, for Tiger, it's going to be like, man, I don't want to let the streak end, though. And I understand that from the viewpoint of someone who likes to win. So, you know, let's see how long I can keep that going.
Oh man, I feel like anybody that holds a position like this, I've never done it, right? But I would assume you don't ever want to let it go. You want to see if you can do this forever. You know, something. What if he just takes the Jordan round and retires afterwards, right? Just gets another dub and just gets out of here like, hey man, y'all are never gonna do it. You can win without me being on the board. But Vortex is trying to take that one step closer, taking the first stock here in Game 1 of Grand Finals and trying to be the one to dethrone him.
Here we go, Tiger. You know, seemingly trying to bring this back here, has a pretty good position in the left side of the map, has the opponent in the corner. They're going to have to burn some stuff to get on stage. And man, just to time the perfect ground pound to just catch their opponent unaware. That is the use of that dash jump ground pound. It comes out so fast, right? Like everyone thinks, oh man, ground pounds are such slow moves. But when you mask half of it in movement like that, it like completely changes your ability to realize what's going on.
It definitely does. And can we talk about how you can change your styles in games, right? Like if you're as good as Tiger is, you're able to change your style. Well, remember, I was talking about how he was babysitting last game and didn't come off the side at all. And look at what he's doing here against Vortex. He's just hopping out there and deciding to play in the Devil's Playground out there on the edge. And he was not doing that at all against Dolan.
Oh my gosh, and wow, I don't even know how Vortex was able to sneak past that arrow, but even then, Tiger didn't get punished for it, and that's the kind of plays he likes to go for, as we mentioned before. Just having quite a time here. I don't know if the D-Sig will quite KO, probably not from the middle of the stage, but we'll see. Tiger, go ahead, almost gets KO'd there, gets disarmed though, but it's just gonna do it without, and the sword spawns on the top platform to give him the assist, and we have ourselves a close game for sure.
What a gravity cancel into the D-Light, picked it up with the recovery. Nice combo. The lead has been taken by the leader of SEA. And let's see if Vortex can keep the mental strong and get game 1, because you don't want to fall behind and give him that chance to reset.
Go. All right, Tiger already starting off with a pretty, you know, decent neutral air, gets a juggle scenario state kind of set up. Not really able to get much, but you can see Vortex being really hard to hit and finding some sneaky pot shots to boot. That's a great way to play that situation. But Tiger just really trying to extend the lead, and you can see Vortex being very careful about when they're going to throw out attacks, because they're like, I don't want to just give you more damage for free. And that makes sense, right?
Makes perfect sense. We're looking for the moment, trying to get the hit. This is Koji. It shouldn't be too hard to get this KO, but I mean, if you're just being really evasive the way that Tiger is, it's kind of hard to get the touch. And once again, we're going to see that gravity cancel into the D-Light, but this time from the opposing side, and that was a clean way to get that stock off and not eat too much damage.
And that was a nice bait with movement right there from Vortex as well, right? He does a jump immediate fastball, making it look like he's actually going to go for an aerial. And he's like, oh, all right, that's what I'm going to punish. And then just stops, backs up, goes for a gravity cancel D-Light and KUs, thinking that you're going to do something. And that's tough to deal with. I mean, Vortex, you know, sitting here in a pretty tough spot right now because it doesn't have a whole lot of jumps in the corner. But I think Tiger is in a good spot to take this. We're going to see.
That was kind of wild. I actually thought that Tiger was going to go for that edge guard and go out there and go talk to him on that last time he knocked him off to the side. And that's going to be a pickup coming from Vortex. We saw 3 gravity cancel D-Light KOs in that first game. So we're seeing that the sword is the weapon of choice, and it's actually the most powerful on the board right now, coming out of both players.
That last D-Light was sick. That was sick. I just jumped up with the dare, landed on the platform, and then got the dash back D-Light on the plat. That like, I don't know, that's some platform movement stuff, right? Like, you got to know.
Yeah.
That's something you have to know how the end lag of your moves work in positioning and in relation to the platforms on the stage in order to do that so smoothly.
Yeah, I didn't even notice until the replay that it was not a gravity cancel and it was a plat play. That was beautiful, beautiful. But we got an Amber switch coming out of Tiger. My goodness, this is something I definitely didn't expect. Gonna keep the bow.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to pan out, because Ember is always one of those like hot topics in terms of, is she good, is she not, does she have too little defense, and does that do more to harm her than the amazing SIG kit and weapon combination that she has. And I feel like as of late, especially with the buffs that Qatar has gotten in the past, that the answer is definitely, nah, she's good now.
Yeah, I think Qatar's is definitely the strongest weapon in the game, if not one of, and that's going to be a clean KO. I mean, look, so the sword coming from Vortex is what's going to take that stock, right? I was saying the star of the show from both players at the end of game 1 was the sword. I'm not the one to tell anybody how to play, but I just don't understand why Tiger decided to switch off of it when he was doing so well with it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, we're going to see if it pans out. I would think it's probably because you want the Qatars, right? Because they're extremely quick. You can react to a lot of people's dodges. You know, you hit them with a sidelight, D-light, and you can just wait and react, so you can get a lot of guaranteed damage as long as your reactions are on point, which I think is a very attractive draw to it. And it's hard to punish, and that's something that is extremely useful to have in a competitive game like this. So I just want to see how the Qatars pan out. Was it worth using the sword? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. He's doing good right now. He's not really eating too much damage. Trying to take this stock. Very good with the Sair falling down. Caught him catching, going to the other side. Switching over to the bow now. And what is going to be the KO option coming out of this bow? Beautiful job. Just caught him. Just set up the timing, right? Both of them walking back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, and just popped over there with the D-Light.
There you go, right? That's something that's nice to have. You know, a nice guaranteed KO confirm off the D-Light. That's something that's going to do wonders for you, and especially with a legend like Ember. You know, you combine that with the amazing signature kit she has on the bow, and like, man, that's a lot of boom power, right? That's some gunpowder for sure.
Yes, for sure. Misses that SIG. I feel like just barely evading every time his Vortex on that SIG. It's not going to touch once this whole match. Wow, weapon toss. Catch the weapon straight into the forward SIG. And Vortex is looking amazing to start off this set, fending off the reset and trying to dethrone the king that is Tiger. Got the gauntlets in hand, got him on the last stock, trying to get some of that good old free damage. But the Qatars are going to say, I got something to say about that.
Just like that. I mean, when you land a defibrillator like that with Val so convincingly, like, that is one of the best feelings in the world, hands down. Like, it is so cool. And you just drag your opponent to the blast zone, and when it KOs, it's just that's the chef's kiss, right? Like, it's like, that's exactly why you play Val. And that was so satisfying to watch, but also a tough break for Tiger, who's, you know, back is to the wall here, right? You lose this, and you're going to be, you know, down 0-2 in the set. You're going to have a tall order ahead of you, so hopefully we'll be able to make something happen.
He's doing pretty good in this stock right here. He's eating more damage than I would like to see him eat, but he's doing pretty good, fighting back right now. Going to move back and forth, jumped over the top, but Vortex is too clean with deciding which side Tiger's going to try to be on, and he's getting beautiful reads and punishing the movement.
Okay. Oh, and Tiger gets caught by the weapon throw there. Another one, and you can see Vortex just completely taking use of the panic to try and make a quick play happen, but Tiger was able to come out on top for a little bit there. Has the Qatars in hand, but can't starve Vortex. We're going to have to let him have the sword, and that could be bad.
Right, got that fire hydrant in his clutches.
He's chopping
now, okay, you know what I mean? This is how the Katars work. If he's able to get a nice run, read one dodge, he can turn this into a red stop.
Oh, what a beautiful reaction.
Yes, sir. Ooh, the scoop is almost going to do it. The recovery coming out of Vortex. And the D-Light conversion once again is going to put him in the position for one more game. This is tournament point. Oh, man, how would you be feeling sitting in your seat right now in this position that Vortex is in?
Yeah, Vortex. If I'm Vortex, I'm gassed, right? I'm like, bruh, this is grand finals. I am one game away from becoming the Southeast Asia Summer 2021 champion, dethroning Tiger for the first time in 1v1 history in the last who knows how long, bro. That's how long it's been. So long that I can say who knows, bro.
Yeah.
Could have asked me 3 years ago, yo, the streak's still running? I'd be like, yeah, probably. You know, that's how much you had a hold on the region, right? But, man, things could change today.
This is kind of wild. Everybody at home, I know you're like, man, is this the day? Because I'm feeling the same way. This is a big moment, especially in SEA Brawlhalla history. But Tiger still has something to say about it. This is not over. Look at this unarmed fighting back. Tiger is with the mental fortitude. We talked about how strong of a player Tiger is in the forthcoming games before we got here, and he's not lost a step yet.
Oh, and there we go. Tiger off with the ballistic start here, I think, deciding, you know what? My back's against the wall. I'm going to just go all out, man. I'm going to swing, and I'm going to swing, and I'm going to swing. And if it work, it work. If it don't, it don't. And I'm all about it, man. So far, you know, coming out with the damage lead, getting all these juggles, catching the landings with Vortex. Tiger is looking good, at least to start.
Man, those neutralizers with the bow are looking amazing. Just pinpoint, catching them almost every time. Just guarding the weapon with it, neutral into recovery, tried to get him, but finally going to get the gauntlets. Vortex is going to try to fight back here in the first stock, but the Sayer coming out into the edge guard. Tiger with another neutral. Can he get the stock? Boom, recovery, loaded him up into the bow and shot him into the heavens. And here we go, the best start from Tiger yet in this set.
Man, this is Tiger showing just how effective at juggling the bow can be, right? It's so good at catching your landing. The neutral air will like suck you in and scoop you and shoot you back up. And then on the other side, you have the D-Light, which will cover like half the stage. So you try to land and you get caught by that D-Light and then true comboed into another neutral air and whoops, you're back in the sky again.
It just keeps you bouncing in the air, start stealing your jumps, and you run into real dangerous territory. Oh, just stealing your movement options. It's a very high-skilled weapon and a very exciting weapon to see. Vortex trying to take the stock, trying to stop getting bounced around by this bow. But my goodness, Tiger playing like a man possessed. What a neutral. I don't know if that stole the jumps. I think that reset the jumps, but it doesn't matter. Another neutral, and are we going to get an edge guard? What a throw up over the top coming out of Vortex. Ate a good bit of damage there, but that was still beautiful execution to take that stock off of Tiger, and we're going to see what Tiger can do. If I'm Vortex, I don't want to let him get that bow again, man. You're going to have to fight me with the sword. I can't let you do that.
And if you're Tiger, you're kind of bummed about that because you lost that stock because you didn't gravity cancel down sig in the right direction, right? You see the flash, and I think you like panic a little bit, and you think they're dodging through you instead of in place, so then you cover that option, and you're like, I should have just stuck to my guns there. I had the right idea. And then that's got to be a little bit tough. But being able to whittle back here, I mean, needs to get a game before we can even start talking about the realms of possibility of, you know, pulling a reset and winning the tournament. Tiger has a tall order here.
Yeah, that's some big talk. We haven't even seen a single game get taken yet in this set, but this is a very good one. Looking good right now. Doesn't decide to chase out there on the edge, but has high damage. Tried to preemptively go for a Sayer there. Thought he was going to go for maybe a recovery, I guess, but wasn't able to catch it. Recovery coming back out of Tiger. Boom. Almost got the stock and just controlling the space, right? That's what the bow does well. Neutral, going to take the stock, and that was pure, sheer dominance
And that's the thing about the bow, right? Like, unless you find some of these hard-hitting SIGs, you're not going to be killing people extremely early, right? They're going to take quite a bit of damage, and, you know, you're going to have to hit them quite a few times to finally get that blow. I mean, ending the stock with a Neutralite just shows you how much damage Vortex had to take before losing that stock. If you don't find that D-Light recovery, which even then is nothing in comparison to some of the other KO confirms that other weapons have, it can be tough.
Yeah, it's not the best option, especially with a high ceiling stage, right? It just makes it even harder to KO with it.
Oh my
what
gosh.
A combo coming out of him. Oh, if that Nair would have hit, I don't know. I think that might have been Dunzo for that stock, but it's not going to work. Beautiful sequence put together from Tiger. Gonna go for the ground pound. Almost had it, but great movement coming from Vortex. Double recovery. Neither one going to KO. Neutral coming out of Tiger's side. Tiger is almost here. Going to put this at the 2-1, but Vortex is going to have to say something about it. What a dodge into the D-Light. Now, you're sitting on hot red, but you're one stock away from being the summer champion for Brawlhalla SEA. What are you gonna see? What are we gonna see? What's gonna be the answer?
And I'm like, Tiger, can you do it? I would love to see you do it. You know, I'd love for you to be like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna bring it back from here and go all the way. All the way. Y'all still got more to learn before you can beat me. I'd love to see that for you. Can you at least bring that storyline to another game? And yes, Tiger can. Finding that side sig at the end of that match to go ahead and bring us to a game number 4.
All right, man. Tiger's that kind of guy, right? I think a lot of the time, even just in a set, right? Not even just going to losers, but in sets, Tiger kind of plays on the back foot. He's so good at not falling off that ledge. To pick himself back up onto the mountain and fight back into this fight. We got 2-1, and it looks like he's just picking up steam, man. He's an avalanche. He's picking up, and he's getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
This is tough. I mean, Vortex just bringing him to Great Hall, right? It's a stage that you don't see super often because it has a lot of space. The platform layout, it's 3, but they're really big, and it really changes the dynamic of the stage. And speaking of changing the dynamic of the stage, Tiger gonna be sent packing. Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, that was almost a crazy reversal scenario, but Vortex was able to play it right and come out on top. But if you're Tiger, you might be one and done here, right? Like, you're down by an entire stock now, and that can't feel good.
Not at all. And then you're getting chased down by one of the most relentless weapons in the game, the Gauntlets. That thing is very oppressive. Those things. And the sword is actually a tough one too, right? These are 2 controlling weapons, but that bow's back in Tiger's hands, and this is what he's been putting on a spectacle with. Let's see if he can rack up some damage and steal this stock without taking too much.
So far, who gets caught? Yeah, and Tiger just keeps getting caught by the gauntlets in these small scenarios, and Vortex has really been able to rack up the damage. Granted, the ground pound didn't lead to the KO, but Tiger still has positioning there. Oh, but now they're going to trade, and now Tiger's the one in trouble. Manages to find some souls in the platform, has to fight for center stage.
All right, here we go. Oh, what a gravity cancel. Doesn't go for any kind of kill option, but that was just a good punish to be like, hey, man, get off me. I got more work to do. I need a weapon. Oh. My goodness, these pickups. Oh. Ooh, the D-Light. I thought we were going to see the ground pound. Either way, it was enough. The character just doesn't have the defense to survive that. He taunted 2 times. He can feel the championship belt coming home with him. Vortex trying to close this out. Tiger is going to have to pick it up big time.
Oh man, yeah, this is the moment where you need to start hearing that Ultra Instinct music playing. Like if I don't hear that, like, bumped up in the headphones right now, I am like, Tiger. Vortex is saying that I think I have effectively won this tournament, standing still even after getting that last stock. You got a lot of work to do here, Tiger. I believe in you, but you know, Vortex might finally make the history we've been waiting for so long.
Oh, yeah, I feel this is really tough to deal with, and the 2 weapons that Vortex is playing with Val are going to be attributed to why this is so hard to come back against. It's like you don't want to get hit, but these 2 weapons hit you fairly easily.
You can see Tiger still swinging. He doesn't want it to end right here. Vortex threatening with that neutral sig. There it comes out again. The second chop. Is it going to happen today?
And here it is. Is that the championship, Sayer? Yes, it was. Played the harp. That is going to be a new championship leader here. That is history made from Vortex. Oh my God, guys. How are y'all feeling in the chat? Because I'm holding my head right now. This is wild. That first stock, look at the way he took that.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, that's good edge guarding and the perfect dodge as well to dodge the down air from Dolan, because that would have been their stock gone. And not only that, Dolan would have gotten the chase dodge to make it back to the stage. That would have been the worst possible outcome.
Definitely would have been a bad look, but it's a good look for Vortex. Look at that bracket. We have not seen that in a very, very, very long time. Somebody else winning with that 3 beside their name at grand finals with Tiger sitting under them. That is insanity. Give yourself some love. Kudos. Pat yourself on the back. Tiger, always much love. You played amazing as you always do. Come back next time and see if you can start that streak over. But Vortex, hold on to this one until the next championship.
And that's the thing, right? Like for Tiger, it's okay, the one tournament you lost, you got second. Like, try to talk trash about that. You know what I mean? That's like, all right, like you're still goated. And not only that, Tiger will be back. I'm not
exactly
worried. Tiger will be back.
Right. There's nothing to worry about. Tiger knows he's gonna be back. Tiger took this one. It's just one on the chin. Tiger's just like, all right, I just gotta watch some Twitter banter. They're gonna talk a little crazy about me. It is what it is. I'll holler at y'all next time when we all know we're going to see him again. But all in all, shout out to all the competitors. Dolan, that was an amazing showing. Top 3, you guys all did your thing. Even the whole top 6, guys. You have been here with your boy Zipmaster Flex and my man Flambeau. What else you got to say to him, man?
All I gotta say is, yo, make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we're gonna have what I feel like a lot of people have been mostly anticipating. North America 2v2s and 1v1s on Saturday and Sunday respectively. So you're going to get to see your favorites, Boomy, Sandstorm, Remy, Phazon, and the list goes on, and duke it out for their chance at the crown.
The Gunners, man, those dudes, you want to see them. And you know what, man, just before we go, I got to say, I'm waiting for offline again because I'm trying to see these other regions get the chance to play these guys again. I mean, it's been so long. But with that being said, I'm done. I ain't got nothing else for the people. It was enjoyable being here. We saw history. I can't wait to pull up my Twitter and see what anybody's saying on there. This was a big, big moment.
Couldn't have said it better myself.